Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Oracle.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Empire will take on Team Spirit in a best-of-3 playoff matches. Pressure, DPC League. Of course, you're watching ESL 1 powered by Intel. And we are about to head into the draft of the first game. And we are joined by Brian on the big board. Capitalist, OD Pixel still with me as well. And I believe we're ready to show you what the teams have started off with. Brian? Oh, actually, Cap, you're laughing already?
Well, I just thought that, I was like, I kept seeing Phoenix so much for Team Empire. Feels like one of their just kind of go-to openers. I wonder if they're going to go for the Mars with it, which is, you know, kind of preferred for a lot of teams, but also they're, I think they have a very good Mars player. Or Void Spirit was the other one that they usually open with. Instead, Nature's Prophet, huh?
What are we thinking, Brian?
I honestly hated Team Empire's drafts the first 2 games they played, or the first series they played. I thought they were heavily outdrafted in both of them, and I feel like they're already kind of getting off to the same pace here. Batrider, just one of those heroes you have to be on the lookout for, always. And I think he super hard profit in all ways, because your Sprout does nothing to him whenever he's in Firefly. Batrider's the king of just finding these pesky heroes that like to hide while they're split pushing. And overall, like, it's just every first and second pick has these really powerful picks, right? And for second pick, it's the absolute last pick and this fourth pick, which are like the draft winning picks. And you just give them a really good Batrider game already. And I just not a fan.
Radiant team ban.
I kind of like Phoenix versus Batrider, but yeah, when it feels like the Phoenix has already been answered in so many different ways, because you've got a very fast attacking hero in Oracle, can purge out the fire spirits, can save somebody so they can hit the egg as well. I have a tendency to agree that I feel like this combo of heroes is very awkward. When I put in like a Phoenix plus Mars, that represents a threat that the enemy team has to respond to. I'm not convinced that Nature's Prophet Phoenix is really a threat that requires some sort of counter picking.
Yeah, it feels like...
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, you go ahead, Brian.
I hate to flame Cap here, but I'm gonna ask, why would you say that Oracle is a fast attacking hero?
What? Doesn't he have a very low?
He's got one of those bats in the game, right? Yeah, one of the best bats in the game, isn't it?
No, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to make sure people at home aren't misled by Cap. They nerfed Oracle's base attack time to normal like a year or 2 ago.
What? Did they really?
He's got normal 1. Yeah, he's got normal 1.7 though. Wow. I knew what you were going for, and you're not usually wrong. So
no, I was with you, Cap. You know.
You've been giving me shit this entire tournament, Cap. So this was like one of my few.
No, honestly, Brian, when you start, I hate to flame, Cap. I was like, yes, give it to me, Brian. I've been waiting for you to break.
Calm down.
I've come from North America, Brian. I expected from you. All right, we're gonna see a bunch of hard carries banned away now.
What were you gonna say, Owen?
No, I appreciate that, Brian. It explains why my Mask Man, this Maelstrom Oracle build hasn't been working for the last year. So thanks for the heads up.
It was working so well before. That damn patch. All right, we're gonna take away all the carries that are good against Batrider. Slark, Phantom Lancer, Anti-Mage. Is Troll banned as well? Yeah,
Yep.
Troll. I was about to say, the neutral Aghanim Scepter is actually kind of legit against so many heroes now.
And Cap, you were talking before about how important the carry pick would be for in terms of being in the comfort zone, right? Is there anything in your list of carries that you saw most played that is still in? Because this is, I think...
PA was on that list.
Okay, yes, she was. Yes. I think this is the most hard carries we've seen banned out in a while in the second ban phase.
There's some good ones there. I mean, Jug's still in. Just
Also,
Jug. Against Phoenix is great.
I believe it doesn't fit into his hard carry list, so I left it out. Ursa isn't quite his pick, but he's only lost 1 game on it.
Ooh.
So that's an impressive stat for sure.
Radiant team pick.
They end up going for the Wind Ring.
Wind Ranger. Ooh.
Do we like that?
I mean, I guess, you know, Toronto, Tokyo must be a bit of a Wind Ranger gamer.
Flexible still too, though, right?
I mean,
Because Puck could be
sure.
mid,
It's true. I mean, it could be like
be
some
position
4.
4.
I mean, you're absolutely right. But they could definitely switch it up in a
5 seconds.
multitude of ways, and I guess that's why they're picking it now. You know, it's more than likely they do have that versatility. Otherwise, there's no real reason to show their mid right now.
Do you guys know the interaction between focus fire and egg? Like, if you focus fire the Phoenix and then he eggs, are you still focus firing? I actually don't know.
No, I want to say you don't.
It's a
No.
different entity. It doesn't work like
I
that.
see.
You can't focus fire the egg.
But if the
I
Phoenix
see.
comes out of the egg,
You will
then
still
you will
be
still,
focused firing the Phoenix. Yes.
I would imagine.
5
Yes.
seconds.
Yeah.
Apparently, we're
Nice.
both flirting today, Brian.
Yeah, I actually didn't know that
Oh,
one.
and both knew the
I don't
answer
play
on
either of
the
these
spot.
I
heroes.
play a lot of Wind Ranger.
Ah,
Used
okay.
to.
Unfortunately, yeah.
It's not been very successful recently. Oh well, but at least I knew that one. But they're taking their time here, thinking about their 4th pick. We got the Earth Spirit coming out from Team Empire. So we got our, well, most likely our support duo at least in there with the Phoenix Earth Spirit, I would imagine. We saw you play Phoenix earlier as well with and now the position 5
Radiant
Earth Spirit.
team pick.
And we do still get the Ursa coming out from Team Spirit.
It's nice against Phoenix. Overpower. It's nice against Prophet. You have a way to get out of Sprout that doesn't require a quelling, even if you always have one anyways. I was going to say I wasn't sure why they revealed their carry, though, on Team Spirit. Bit surprised there, just because you already revealed your mid, most likely, in the Batrider. And I would say the carry matchup this patch, as we saw in the last series, can be very important. So I was a bit surprised they picked it here.
Well, why do you think that the Batrider is going to be mid here? Is there no reason they can't do Batrider Wind Ranger 3-4 offlane? Do you not like that?
It's not like unheard of. From what I've seen, Batrider is just all about playing for his own game, though, and it seems like people are just prioritizing the mid lane. His early levels are much weaker than before. Level 1 Sticky is just 6 damage to heroes rather than 10. So you're level 1, you're pretty much just hitting creeps, and I feel like that really only works in the mid lane.
I do still like the Ursa, at least for another reason besides the Phoenix, which is that I think that the combo of the Oracle Ursa can actually kill Treants pretty well. But I also appreciate the fact that Empire, like, thank God they went for a different 4 position, because I was like, Phoenix Nature's Prophet just sounds as a lane. So this is going to be a Phoenix 5 position, which who always want to fly. That's who always want to fly has been trying out quite a bit and pretty successful.
Yeah. The Void Spirit ban. Empire banning out the Timber Saw, leading to believe that they are still looking for a core. I guess that makes sense. We're assuming Oracle Wind Ranger support.
Remaining.
What I don't like about Team Empire's draft here is that the Phoenix, I think, always requires a hero that protects the egg. Most of the time that comes from your offlaner. And they picked this Nature's Prophet in response to Oracle because it's really nice in lane. Oracle can't really deal with the trees. But now it seems like your game plan's kind of just lacking. I feel like this Ursa will almost always, especially once it gets BKB, be able to just kill this egg. And when you pick a Phoenix in a draft, that's almost always a pivotal component of your team fight.
Yeah, he can even hop over the trees. You try and do that Sprout egg combo. Ursa can just...
Oh, that's you know what, Cap? I underestimated. They do have a way to protect the egg.
They did have a way to protect the egg, but now the Ursa can hop over those trees, very easily deal with that. I mean, I always think the Nature's Prophet, it's like gimmicky. It's not a very solid egg defense. They're going to be relying on their initiation more so from the Spirit Brothers, which they're going to double down on with the Storm Spirit now.
Do you like that?
I think they had to get another source of initiation if they want Phoenix to work.
I mean, is it?
Yeah, it's nice against Bat.
Remaining.
Oh no, it's out of the pool.
What were you thinking, Owen?
I was going to say if Nyx was still there, but no, they did ban it out. Of course, a lot early in the draft if they want to switch around and pick themselves a 4 if this Wind Ranger is happy to go mid. I mean, you know that the Storm is mid. Did you sort of look at the Wind Ranger bat and say you'd be happy to put one of those heroes against it?
I think you pick Underlord here. I think it's like way too good. It lanes really well against Wraith King. It's really good against the split pushing and pushing of Nature's Prophet.
Damn.
Storm. Yeah.
Brian.
It's actually like it's kind of bad though when I'm able to predict their pick. I think it's just too perfect. It's good against all 3 cores on Team Empire, and the root AoE is like super annoying for all the Spirit heroes to deal with. So I think that kind of says enough from my perspective. I think Team Spirit has heavily outdrafted them here.
I think that's pretty fair.
Team Spirit outdrafting Empire. Yeah.
In that list I was talking about earlier, when it comes to map movement on easy mode, Underlord left him out of the list, and he makes map movement real easy. Walk out to a lane, you can potentially Dark Rift to another lane, TP to a third one if you really want to. Like, this is the guy who allows the rest of your team to be able to play four-man. And we've seen from that last series how important it is to be able to play together. Live to Win, when they were winning that first game, were being relentlessly aggressive, and they put like 4 people invade the triangle at like 7-8 minutes. Like, that's crazy, but it had an effect. Virtus Pro, once they got control of the game, they were just playing constant like 4 or 5 man. So I think Underlord, combined with the reasons that BSJ was saying, I think it's kind of an easy mode hero that works well with this meta.
Final thoughts from you, Owen. Do you agree? Is this game going to be a fast one?
I think so. I think when you're in sort of a series like this, as I said as well, where I'm expecting Spirit to just be the better bunch of players against Empire, I think they have the edge, and you pick something like a Storm Spirit against them, I think, you know, this is not an easy hero to play, especially if you do start off with a struggling lane. And I think the Storm's going to get pretty punished at the start, and we might see a pretty just overall underwhelming Storm game. I think it's just too tricky of a hero to play in this matchup.
93% win rate on that Ursa. Can't argue with those kind of stats.
Cannot argue with those kind of stats, but let's see if perhaps Empire can win against the odds against them here in this first game of the series. Let's head over to Moxie and Purge.
Well, thank you so much, Sheaver. Well, Purge, they're saying that this is easy mode, a 93% win rate on the Ursa Bear. Is it really just as cut and dried as that?
I mean, Ursa has been winning for sure. He provides a lot of strong things. Your laning is effective, especially past a certain point. Your mid game seems pretty straightforward. You get Battle Fury and you just farm faster than your opponents. So as long as he doesn't get ultra pressured, yeah, he should have a pretty straightforward game. But I think the crucial lane is probably how well the mid lane goes, basically. Is the Bat Rider going to do really well? If he does well, then he should have a pretty straightforward game. I think that's going to create a lot of space, but who knows? Maybe the Earth Spirit Roam plus Storm Spirit would be enough to limit Bat Rider's effect. Get them a much better start than you would expect, and maybe that allows them to pressure the map well. But still kind of hard because you're still playing against an Oracle as a Storm. Storm loves going on Oracle, obviously, especially once you get Orchid, but if Oracle is well positioned, then he can almost always protect the guy that Storm does eventually go on. So that's going to make it pretty hard for Team Empire to have the Storm go out of control. Who knows, maybe they can put Team Spirit on the back foot and make those conditions happen.
I mean, that's the hope if you're an Empire fan. It's definitely a bit of an uphill struggle. Hopefully, you know, they know something that we don't. Right over now into the rune timing. People in position here.
Begins.
Skirmish. Gonna go run forward there. Grab up the rune and that's it.
Not bad. That was kind of convenient there for Empire, just sitting slightly outside of visions. Team Spirit didn't know exactly where they were all located, so the Nature's Prophet on the other side of the map is able to squeak out.
Preemptive flesh.
Top as did. See how well they can do pressuring the Oracle. That's another place that they could potentially do really well here for the offlane. Oracle looks a little vulnerable here, especially if he gets jumped on. They have Orb of Venom already on Earth Spirit, so between Treants and right-clicking him, Ursa's not going to be able to do that much to stop this. The full level, so push has got to be...
See already, Maposho trying to sit far back, trying to get off a little bit of that harass, but definitely trying not to put himself in the position where Seiu's going to be able to put that harass. In fact, you know, we do see a little bit of harass coming out here, but Yatoro immediately responding, being take advantage of the route coming out from Maposhka. 9 stacks already on the Storm Spirit. Oof, that feels bad.
It's fine. Look, he's got a 10 stick though. So I mean, he got 9 stacks, but he got more last hits than the Bat Rider. So slightly before his opponent. It'll be okay. There is one more Fire Spirit left. He'll be fine, of course.
Definitely doesn't feel good though. You don't want to be chewing through all your regen too early, and you don't want to be getting chased away.
Yeah.
But again, you've got, you know, the Phoenix is very much engaged with you and not your offlaner. They're be happy as long as you don't go down.
Yeah, I think the rough thing is he doesn't have a self, so with a while to get back up on.
He's got to run back anyways. It's fine. He'll have plenty of time to regen as he goes back to lane.
By the time he gets back to the lane, he's going to have approximately 35%.
Thanks.
At least it does buy a little time for
those levels online for collapse over here, and just try to be as annoying as possible to Smiling Knight. I've been noticing like this trend with like the CIS games recently that, you know, the CIS I remember was that there was a lot of fighting super early on, and it feels like nowadays we're seeing just a much more passive sort of play style coming out. What's changed so much with this purge?
Just basically that teams and that you can't skill your opponents all the time kind of a thing, that people are used to that kind of aggression now. Like as time goes on, people more and more use different varied styles, so eventually it's going to distill down towards like more standard Dota where you have to play correctly, the right moves, and also just the skill level improves as time goes on. The weaker players get rooted out. Why do you think I got kicked out of Zephyr, guys? So take out the bad players, add good ones. Those players are going to be more and more careful, and you have to keep upping your game.
Oh, poor Purge. It's okay, buddy.
You're supposed to laugh. Come on.
I don't know, between you and BSJ recently, BSJ talking about parties that he's not invited to. You're talking about being washed up from Zephyr. I sit next to Kyle most of my days too. Like, yeah. I'm getting worn down. But it's fine. It's fine. I'm excited to watch, these other, younger players too. You've got Toronto Tokyo here. Is definitely proving his worth recently.
So far, 10-3 versus slightly higher. The lanes just look across the board. Profit last hits a little bit low, but it's probably been spending a lot more time right-clicking in.
Are we a little concerned with the fact that, yes, most of the CS is pretty even. Take a look at it, but the Ursa is going to come online faster than this Wraith King. Get all concerned about that for the side of Empire?
I don't fully agree. In fact, if you look at his items, he's got a phase boots queued up into an armlet. That is the de facto early Wraith King fighting build. Like, sometimes I'm not the biggest fan of like Midas and Radiance builds because they do slow you down a little bit, even if it does guarantee you farm later in the game. If you go like a phase plus armlet build, your damage is really, really high early on, and then he's going to come online way before Ursa. So Ursa can't fight for that long, taking slaps some Wraith, especially if Wraith King kind of weaves in and out of the fight. And that's why phase is so.
Is that too much of a gamble, though? Because I know in the past, like listening to Kyle, he really hates seeing stuff that's not necessarily going to scale as well as something like a Radiance on this Wraith King.
Well, that's the nice thing about the armlet build, is that armlet's a stupidly cheap item. It only costs like, what, 2,300? That's almost 2,500 gold right now. But if you compare that to a Midas, which gives, let's double check, 2,200 gold, armlet's like 275 gold more expensive. And armlet gives you almost as much attack speed as Midas. 5 versus 40, not to mention 9 armor. So there's a lot of really good things that armlet does that's still going to make your damage fine and not be that expensive. And then you just buy Radiance afterwards. Really want to. So you can basically fight more early game, transition better. Maybe you won't accelerate as fast, you won't have as many levels, but in terms of his ability to get pressured, his ability to like impact team fight outcomes, it should be a lot higher, at least for that period where the Radiance on. Maybe he'll just lane way better against Underlord. Can have regen, the armlet.
That is true.
Or at least the armlet.
Yeah, typically those melee heroes really do not enjoy having a good against the Underlord. It'll also allow him to kind of longer because You know, a lot of the times the cores will just rotate out of the lane and the tower goes down fairly. Have this big chonky boy down there. I like it. I like the fact that they're being very adaptive. They're, you know, thinking about their long term. And we'll see if it pays off for them, because our panel did not seem like they were very sold on what Empire had drafted.
Yeah, I mean, understandably, there's some certain issues in their lineup that could be problematic, but right now the game is even, and Storm has been laning completely fine. He's winning his lane by a lot, actually, 28 versus 6. And this is something I don't know if the panelists anticipated, and as a result, like, could have a very different game expected to see here, especially to see what Storm does with his potential rotation.
Any of those just quite yet. Of course, we are only sitting at level 5, and I'm sure with like the 5-minute runes coming up, we will start to see a little bit more action. That seems to be the signal for go time for a lot of these teams. Start to place themselves in the line of fire, trying to make sure they grab up bounty runes, and they've got a couple levels online too, so they can do a little more.
Is under attack.
Yep, it's a two-pronged thing. You want to decrease your opponent's net worth by stealing those bounties, but also find opportunities to take little skirmishes that are a little bit more straightforward. So you know that your opponents are going to be there, so you bring 2 heroes over. It's pretty... Storm is usually going to jungle a lot, be a little bit passive, but depending on which runes he gets, I think those are maybe the bigger... He gets arcane runes, regens, double damage. Basically, any rune on Storm is insanely good. Use those to get some early kills on some supports or an Ursa. I'm sure he'll go for it.
Yeah, I feel like the spirits just... You can't go wrong with any of those runes.
Stupendous.
Perhaps that's one of the reasons why we've been seeing so much of them being played currently in this patch too, you know? Perfectly into the role.
Storm's working on some stacks now this bit. Batrider is level 6 though, so Batrider's still doing quite fine. He's short up the net worth a little bit.
Then the bottom lane collapse. Looks like he's going to do some collapsing himself, because Eknart will be able to get himself that first blood kill. Nice
Big
rotation.
one. Underlord just can't defend himself double early. Ooh, dive bomb.
Pachara? No. Can't outrun that fire, my friend. It just eats up trees alive.
They just save Fortune's End basically to needed, and Batrider gets a kill without using Flaming Last. You guys forgot, 120-second cooldown on this ability right now, so it's really long. But Batrider can certainly kill lots of heroes without needing. Great. Smoke coming bot though.
Make plays yet again, just making sure too that they can go and really secure Smiling Knight's farm, as it gets a little aggressive here. They don't have any... Seem like they know that anyone's here. Smoke does wear off though, of course. Having the Wind Ranger, they'll be able to stun her up. Immediately try to run away. Collapse can only do so much. He's just going to be able to throw out the Firestorm, but so bad will go down.
They're ready to fight down here. I mean, Wraith King has 3 points in Mortal Strike. This is really different. Most people will max out Vampiric Spirit relatively fast. You get more skeletons, and that accelerates your farm speed, but he wants to just do as much damage as possible in these skirmishes. That's why he's running forward to getting these slaps in, why he's buying things like Armlet, so that he can affect this lane outcome, not just be a passive farm. Just kind of what they need to do. If they keep killing their opponents like this, it's going to get them ahead and limit their options when they want to get aggressive. Stack done by Earth Spirit here. Storm Spirit has a DD, by the way. He's queuing up Orchid as well, so they're on a pretty good path. He's got 20 last hits over the Batrider right now as Storm Spirit at 7 minutes. It's like really quick farming.
It seems really interesting too when you consider the fact that, you know, you've got this Wraith King in the bottom lane, but he's actually the one making more of the moves. He's getting more of the kills because they send down the Earth Spirit. Typically, I feel like you see that action over into the mid lane, right? Or that you'd be seeing, you know, your Storm Spirit kind of making these rotations, especially when he gets these particularly nice routes.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that, but the difference maker is that they've been focusing a lot on stacking to accelerate his Orchid timing, and because of that, Storm's jungling, and therefore isn't available to get those. It's a lot easier in this certain strong carry.
Well, you know, we're talking about it, but he does make his own rotation up to the top lane. They don't have anything to go and cancel it out, so even though Gwynblade has himself that nice double damage rune, it's just not enough damage. Ursa's going to be able to teep away. But this is time that he's not in lane, he's not hitting creeps. Pretty happy with that.
Not all terrible for Storm.
Wants it, but is forced to pick it up. Poshka making his own rotation. Toronto, Tokyo. Trying to go over there. It's not quite fast enough just yet, so he's going to allow so bad to just get a little plink off, but you're a little sad you lost that, but not the end of the world.
Yeah, I feel a little bit pressure now. DD that came top and didn't successfully kill the Ursa also transitions into a really easy tower kill with help from the Nature Prophet. So the pressure that Team Empire is putting out is looking really strong right now. And on the Team Spirit side, they're buying some time and they're slowly getting the boots of travel on Batrider, but they're not really getting that many kills. And their networks are starting to lag behind just a little bit.
Would you like to see Toronto Tokyo just... all right, we've got some really nice stacks over here on the side. Coming out, top lane, Yatoro. He needs help, he needs a friend, and his friend is just a little bit too late. So bad. Showing up, but not being able to save him here.
What a huge kill there by Storm's. Ursa's Enrage was 1 second away from being off cooldown at the moment he died. Very close to surviving there. And just reminding everybody that Storm does a huge amount of damage, especially when he's level 9 here. Prophet ulti also came very clutch to help. So massive kill there on the Empire side. I'm sure the analysts are really happy they didn't make any bets on the panel right now.
No, they're not Kyle. They wouldn't do that to themselves. But yeah, you know, that Nature's Prophet, he is a fantastic hero. I'm surprised that we haven't seen more of him recently, just because of the fact he does have this global presence. His ultimate Wrath of Nature just does so much damage early on. It just seems like a great choice here and really puts pressure on the map. You know, they talked a lot about the mobility coming out on the side of Team Spirit, right? The fact that you do have, you know, a Batrider. You've got this Underlord who's going to be able to just rotate, bring the entire team along with him should they all decide they want to go. But you've also got this mobility coming out from the side of Empire, right? You've got the Earth Spirit who's going to be able to roll in. You've got a Storm Spirit who can just zip zap all the way over. And of course, the Nature's Prophet. Eknart, though, down here, only level 5, doesn't have that egg just yet. But Poshka will make sure that they get the kill. Felt like Collapse wasn't 100% sure there for a second. But the Courier goes down here, so...
Yeah, he'd use his dive on the Underlord in the... maybe to apply Fire Spirits, and as a result, the gang he gets, even though he saw them coming forward, they just walked up and they used a little bit of a mistake. I didn't see the context. Either way, he's got Tome of Knowledge ready to go, so he's going to level 6. They can certainly fight here. I think the Armlet's coming. Yep, Armlet finished now in Wraith King, and he's got Chip Vest, so he has a huge amount of damage that he can impact in fights. And I am pretty darn certain they're going to tower if they need. But right now, sitting smoked in the mid lane with Storm as well as Earth Spirit. They don't end up finding a hero, so they're just going to lane normally. But at any moment, they can group up and take fights and probably have a good shot at winning them.
Well, there is some pressure being placed down here by Collapse. Like they're doing the best he can to just try to push them off of the tower, but there is a Cardi here, of course. I do like this build, though, that we're seeing coming out from the Wraith King. It's a lot different from, you know, some of the Wraith Kings that we've seen in the region that tend to be more of the, I don't want to say passive, but, you know, more farm-orientated, that they're going to, you know, just accelerate further later on into the game, thanks to that itemization.
Yeah, it's just, it has ups and downs, so I think it can be very effective. Like, imagine him fighting Ursa right now. He'll walk in, get a slap, disengage, wait till ulti comes out, then go back in and commit. And he's got so much more estimated hit points of the HP and the armor. Getting into a skirmish or an early fight is absolutely a good thing for Wraith King, and he does queue up Radiance next. It's got only 700 gold into it, but for now, he's super ready to fight if his... But we'll see a little bit of slow until Storm Spirit finishes his Orchid, and then we'll probably see another close.
I would really like to see Toronto Tokyo get a little bit more active here. What do you think?
He could try, I suppose, but again, their opponents have really, really strong team fight. There's no way Ursa's going to want to take an engagement. He doesn't have Battle Fear yet. In fact, he's only got a Claymore right now, so he's far behind where he would like to be. So yeah, maybe they're going to push her down here, but unless they can get a really good engagement, it's hard. Like, their team fight is relatively weak, and this is one of the issues with Wind Ranger as a hero and why her win rate doesn't always feel that strong.
Oh, look, the teleports are coming out immediately. Eknart going to try to run away, uses the egg. They don't have an egg hitter here, as Toronto Tokyo is forced to run away, and we can see Puchar making his way over. He wants to get this kill on Toronto Tokyo, and they're going to be able to find it, because what can hopefully do? That is a 5-man rotation down to the bot lane. So I guess if you're the side of Team Spirit, you're happy that, you know, you got some space in that mid lane, but that was a lot just for that tier 1 because they could.
And now they're going to commit only a couple heroes here to pushing the tower. Storm's going to go back and hit neutrals just in case this becomes too hard to push. Usually this tower is really hard to go offensive on in the early lanes. Spirit's going to defend it, but ultimately that was just great. They pop ulti right away on the Phoenix. How are their opponents supposed to do anything? If they lasso Phoenix and kill him at the start of the fight, maybe it's very different, but Storm was ready to rotate over. Prophet TP'd as well. Like, it's just really hard for Team Spirit to force these semi-normal fights here until they get a couple more.
It's going to get even harder now that the Storm Spirit has just picked up that Orchid, so they have to be very, very careful, especially, you know, this Oracle, right? He is just always going to have a target on his back in a lot of these fights because of the fact that he has this, you know, the save. He is the save. He is the ability to, you know, heal up his teammates and just turn everything around. So he's going to be very nervous.
Everybody's vulnerable. The maybe most survivable is Bat with his Hooded Defiance right now, and Wind Ranger could use Wind Run if she sees it in time and maybe survive, or Ursa could use, but a lot of these heroes are really vulnerable. Let's see where Storm goes after he's healing here. Bloodstone Neck, very standard. He's just going to walk out, it looks like, because they're basically trying to, if he TP's out right now to get to a lane faster, then he can't react to what happens later on. Because they still have this tier 1 bottom, they want to make sure that they're available for that. But Earthspirit's going to TP the mid lane. He's with Storm, and now they're going to...
All right, Spirit Brothers making their way downtown, hoping that maybe they can grab someone hanging out. Ranger themselves in that lane, so pretty safe over here to the side. They've got some nice vision too. Keep them of that ward over Ice Spot trying to see anybody's farming up, but they've been pretty spread out over on the side of Spirit. Most of them over in their own triangle. Underlord is the big boy, so he's going to be show himself in the lane, but the rest of the team, Boshka, so bad. All right, no, decide that they're not going to go for that that bounty rune.
Little dangerous, but I mean they're getting more farm on them. Their opponents are doing tri-camp, I suppose, but still no Battle Fury finish for Ursa. He still needs about 300 gold to go. And it's really not that late in the game. We're only 15 minutes. Prophet gets initiated on top, though.
Tokyo has to be careful, though, because there's a lot of people making their way over. Are they going to be able to do it in time is the question, though. Looks like he's going to be able to see. No, Power Shot comes through. The zip end up from the Storm Spirit immediately, like we talked about. But Poshka is just taken out. The egg pops off on the side. Not really too many heroes, though, that are going to get stunned by it, because they are a bit away. So bad having to be a bit careful, though, as Empire is sweeping through the side of the jungle and trying to ensure that this tower belongs to them. Do still have collapse, though, trying to hide the tree line. More teleports coming out. It's going to be Toronto Tokyo coming back in the silence, though. It's causing a lot of problems. Collapse, he's tanky, but that Sunray with the percentage-based damage is just too much. Now is Toronto Tokyo. He's just kind of being left alone as the storm teleports out. Eknar does eventually fall here. Smiling Knight, he still has the reincarnation, so he's going to take a bit of a bath here in this Firefly, and he's going to be able to just toggle a bit, but it's coming right back up again. Yatoro is here. They need to see if they can get a shackle off. It doesn't quite latch. They just don't have the damage here, as now they'll turn their attention over to the Earth Spirit. Looks like he's going to be the one who gives up his life to protect his core.
So they do force a bit of a weird engagement, but it sort of works out. I mean, they killed the Oracle, but the initial Prophet dying wasn't great for them either.
Oh, Gwynblade, he's so happy he got himself a double damage rune, and he gets himself a little something extra in the form of Toronto Toast.
Feels really good. Net worth about even right here, but the pressure has been being exerted pretty well by Empire. I really like that after Storm used all of his mana, he instantly did like a ball TP. He read where that team fight was going a little bit earlier and got out and made sure that he didn't also die. If he dies in that fight, game feels completely... He's not there to get the DD. He doesn't get kill on the Batrider. Maybe he'll try an Ursa. Oracle's in position.
Yeah, really nicely set up behind. Ward spots out, you know, the fact that the Ursa is there.
Well, I think they scanned to see if Oracle was nearby. So they scanned to see, is Oracle nearby? He is. Okay, not worth going on. Lord top almost got a Yule's, about 400 gold away. That'll help protect. This ward is doing a lot of work.
A lot of TPs coming out here. Collapse making his way forward. Goes, drops down that pit, and they have the lasso. So this is looking like a very dead storm. Thing that they kind of desperately needed at this point.
Really well done. They might lose their observer order with it, but imagine how different this could be if they had that dewarded. Storm doesn't die, he gets to stay on the map pressuring, but now it's time for Team Spirit to go across the map. Battle Fairy's finished on Ursa. They don't have to worry about Storm for 30 seconds, and now they get to take a tier 1 tower, and the control is kind of lost here.
Is the most important tower for both teams. Oh. Hang on, we'll be able to get the root off, but dude. Roll on out. I don't know if they're going to be able to catch him. They don't have a blink on the Batrider, I don't believe so. Yeah, they just have the boots of travel.
think his itemization, and he definitely needed Hood. A lot of Batriders are going like BOTs into BKB right now, but the Hood is going to help a huge amount. Or Spirit in. I don't blame him for. So lose tier 1, not the end of the world for them. Pretty much dead even here. Mana. Stay alive in the.
I mean, Storm Spirit's one of those heroes too that kind of sit on the edge of a knife, right? The idea that, you know, you're doing so well, but if you have like 1 or 2 deaths, you really just lose your momentum.
It matters a lot for sure.
He's having the time of his life for now. Die once, not the end of the world, but he has to be careful that he doesn't get over aggressive, that he doesn't get picked off. He is really that tempo control. Even though you do have Smiling Knight, right? He's built himself into this core that can fight early, but I'm sure he would be much happier if just, you know, sit back a little bit more. Does have the Radiance complete.
Radiant's
And
bottom
Quicksilver
tower is
Amulet,
under
really
attack.
good item here on 30 attack speed, 10% after you cast a spell, so too much always on cooldown from Vampiric Spirit. Didn't even get this courier. Looking for it.
Yeah. Ooh.
Has been killed.
Turn on the armorlet, just in case it wasn't enough damage. I think it was like
He
was
means
gonna get it
business
in.
purge.
He did. Turns off Radiance, doesn't want them to know, but oh, this is perfect
Oh.
positioning.
Rayfire Blast opening up. Yatoro, though, chasing after Smiling Knight. There's a little bit of a skirmish going on over there on the side as Toronto Tech is hunting for the Storm Spirit. Smiling Knight, he took a lot of damage. The Oracle ultimate, though, getting popped over on the back lines will be able to keep them alive. Smiling Knight trying to heal up over here on the side. Toronto Tech get collapsed. They feel like they want to go in. They'll be able to go get their hands on the Phoenix, but still has that egg up, so they have to be very careful. Silence is going to get thrown out over here onto Collapse because the big tanky boy is going to be enough. Egg being placed over to the side. It's a really nice placement, but they're just kind of wandering away from it, so they do finally manage to take down Collapse. Are they going to be able to find anything else? Was that the reincarnation that just popped too? No, it
Just
wasn't.
egg,
I heard
you know.
something that. Not sure what that was.
Dire are scanning.
Egg sounds.
Could have been.
Sounded kind of.
Stupendous.
A lot going
Okay.
on in that fight.
So decent. Little confident initiation by the Wraith King, but he's able to end out his ulti. Therefore, is still happy to pressure on the map. They're going on bad though.
They are
Got Yule.
indeed. There's no one here to save him. He's not tanky enough. Does have himself a Yules, but that's just going to buy him just a little bit of time.
Feels bad. We've got the solution, but they just chain stun you too perfectly. He goes down. Now Smiling Knight's instantly to Roshan, queuing up a BKB, which is a great item here. It's going to allow him easily to run down heroes like Wind Ranger and Oracle.
This momentum just feels really good right now if you're Empire. You've got a Storm that's just fantastic. You've got a Wraith King who can fight early, who's also scaling well. He is definitely
And
got
on
to
the
be
other
smiling.
side, there's a Wind Ranger with a Glimmer Cape.
No.
And a
What are we
Philosopher's
gonna
Stone. Literally a shackle shot and a power shot. This is why Wind Ranger has win rate. You gotta like have advantage and set tempo and stuff, but if you're playing feels bad. Unless you get those shackles, who knows? Maybe he'll win this game.
All right there, Slacks. Calm down with your hatred on the Wind Ranger. But this is not looking great. Oh, look at that Glimmer Cape. Nope, they have dust. They're good. They know what to do here. Storm zipping forward, looking for the opening. Shackle doesn't come in. And you know what? Patashara says, I would love that kill. Thank you, guys.
He was like right next to her. He could have walked over. He's like, nah, I got this. Just the ulti down, keeps hitting creeps. Almost tough.
Efficiency purge. You know, what else is he going to do
Yeah.
with that right now? Why not the final hit on a Wind Ranger?
I really like the mech that Prophet picked up because they have a team fight advantage. Like adding a global heal for your whole team is. So he's not going to go Greaves probably, but 4 armor at his hero, 275 AoE heal. That's pretty sick. It definitely impacts some of these fights.
Oh, for sure. The way that they skirm. Smoke, though, coming out. Going to make their way over into the side of the air jungle, it looks like. And they are grouped up over on the side of Team Spirit. They are trying to protect one another, but yeah, look at the Smiling Knight just leading the charge. Has his radiance turned off. Super sneaky Smiling Knight is ready to murder. But
Basically, by taking the tier 1 tower, it's normally common to walk into the enemy tri-camp at that point, so then cross to the other side of the map. But using the smoke there, they had a chance basically to catch any Team Spirit lingerers in their own jungle and grab any kill there. They weren't able to do that, and now smoke the opposite side of the map too, trying to do a similar motivation with BKB up on Earth. But nobody finds anybody. It's just going to be a little bit of down. And in the meantime, Empire's just gotten a lot more.
have a good control of the map as he jumps forward, and they'll be following up though with a really nice egg. The storm comes out though, they'll hold him into place. They can't seem to finish off the Storm Spirit as they try to go for the high ground. Yatoro though, he's on the back lines, he's got his eyes on the Patusha, and he does have that BKB. That is gonna be an Aegis. Going down though, as they manage to put out enough damage onto Storm. He's ready for round 2 though, cannot seem to find this Wind Ranger. The dust is gonna come out though, so that Glimmer Cape not gonna help them too much. Collapse, big tanky boy up front. The TPs are just coming out, they wanna go home. Collapses just pop that ultimate. He's hoping that he can get away, be tanky enough so that way they can't kill him in time, and he is going to make it out.
That was really good for team. Aegis gets blown on Storm Spirit there as he initiates. He really tried to force that one, and he got some disables off, but not able to really. They do have the shard for Nature's Prophet, so we gotta see the big boys right now. So maybe they'll be able to pressure its powers a little bit easier, knowing that Lasso's down, but they're looking fine for Empire, but they could definitely still lose this. Their fights aren't quite going as clean as they want. They're usually only getting like 1, maybe 2 kills, so it's just buying time for Team Spirit.
I like the pickup of dagger over on Maposhka. It's going to be very, very important for him to stay as far back as possible, but also still be able to get in there with that Oracle ulti. Allow him to position a bit better.
So much harder for
Was going to cut through so many people then. Oh, another double damage. I feel like I've seen a lot of double damage today.
smoke from Spirit, though. They might not get to this DD in time. That's going to take it.
Snapped up.
Really
Toronto Tokyo looking for this opening. Immediately he's going to get sent up by Smiling Knight. He's got the Yules. There's a lot of damage coming out. The Sunray, though, keeping Smiling Knight just alive a little bit longer, but he is eventually going to fall. And there's all 3 of the heroes all grouped up over here on the side. Yatoro, he's got the BKB, though, and he looks like he just has to run. There's too much physical damage here. So are they going to be able to walk away? A little bit of the Phoenix damage coming out. As Spirit has the Magnetize. It's going to be Tashara just teleporting in onto the back lines. They're still looking for this bear, and they're not going to be able to find it, but it looks like they might be able to get Toronto Tokyo because they don't have any other saves left. Over on the side, though, Yatoro trying to man fight, and he just cannot do it against Smiling Knight. He is going to fall. Collapse, hoping that they don't collapse on him, but the roll comes forward right into Sayer. And again, he is a big tanky boy, but look at this Nature's Prophet. He's everywhere, all over this map. So again, they'll be able to hold a place. They've got the Sunray. Another Yules comes out trying to get rid of that silence, but it doesn't matter. And look at those giant treants sprout up out of his corpse.
Punched his friend right through the Underlord to kill him. Very good. And now they're pressuring 2 tier 2s at the same time, losing almost nothing in. Oh, they just couldn't quite lock down the Storm Spirit well enough. There was like 3 heroes that got grouped there and allowed the Storm to do a lot of damage, and just Spirit on the retreat path. It's hard for them to stop their opponents from running at them outside of using Shackle or like majorly killing somebody like Storm right at the start of the fight. And Wraith King's going to do the same thing. He's just going to run at them. Now that he's got BKB, it's only rough for Spirit.
What have we here?
So what moves do they have to do to stay in this game? Because we talked about the fact that the Wraith King did just pick up KB. Do they still hope that they can get some sort of a pick-off? Because Smiling Knight is just becoming more and more difficult to deal with, obviously.
Yeah, getting a pick-off is definitely what they... obviously, is never going to feel good. But Storm Spirit just finished Bloodstones. He's definitely very vulnerable to disable still. With disables, a Malice between Lasso, between Shackle. There's a Blink Dagger on Wind Range, so she can get more mobile here. But a lot of this comes, can they get into Wind Ranger plus like 2 heroes, 2 kill a hero like Storm? It's going to be really hard when all the map is constantly being put. But anyway.
Oh, look at that guess. There was an award over there, was it? There was one in the lane, I know, but maybe they just saw her walk over there, but that was like right on the money. Very lucky to get out of there.
BKB on Prophet now too.
I mean, we saw in the bottom lane that the Batrider, you know, Toronto Tokyo, he looked at the Prophet. He was like, I have a double damage rune. You saw the Firefly get started, but they was like, I don't know where, you know, any second, there could just be Petashar just showing up, right? It's just too dangerous for him to try to go after these,
trying to regain their do it.
Well, they're trying.
Wind
I
Ranger
mean,
walking in first.
yeah, they zipped right in, right past the Wind Ranger again. That Glimmer Cape, though, the followed up with the Dust, will just be able to go. They take down so bad. The Sunrise doing so much work because they do manage to hold the Storm into place, so they do manage to take him down this time. Sayer chased after now. Yatoro doesn't feel like he wants to try to fight over here on the side. They will be able to take down the Wraith King one time. Gonna go right back up again. But
Excellent fight. They got the target they wanted. Storm Spirit's the purple one. His net worth, the survivability level is not in the best balance, and they get Lasso plus Ursa committing to him. And that's one place that Storm is a little bit weak, is like lots of single. He's got pretty good base armor. He's got sitting at 11 right now, but it's not enough to survive an Ursa. Grabs, and now 3 items too.
up here. Side of Spirit. Spider legs, though, getting found by Smiling Knight. Those in the backpack for the time being.
There's like no defensive items on the Empire side. That's one. How do they stop Storm from dying there? I'm not really sure. They have like a halberd on Phoenix, but obviously it has to be pre-BKB. There's a mech on Prophet. That's like all I can see here. There's no Glimmer Cape. They just can't defend.
Teleports are coming out in mass here, Purge. Didn't have that Dust on Smiling Knight, though, so the Glimmer Cape we were, sassing a bit earlier on this Wind Ranger. It worked there. We're talking about defensive items.
Good Orbit Destruct. Pretty darn. See, once you AC. And the slow. 85% slow just built in here.
Are scanning.
Let's see if they can get a catch, though. Wraith King wants to go first. Storm wants to follow up once he can target somebody crucial.
All right, Toronto, Tokyo. Just going to try to juke around the corner. Bounty runes are up. Blink away. The pull back over onto Toronto, Tokyo. Shackle comes through. Does manage to hold the Earth Spirit in place. They do have the BKB.
Doesn't have Firefly.
So they're going to try to run out, and it's not looking great here for the Wind Ranger. She is going to get sprouted up and fall. Toronto, Tokyo. All right, buys a little bit more time thanks to Collapse. But they jump right onto the back lines, and they need to take down this Oracle Maposhka. Is he actually going to be able to walk away from this? Yes, he even has a salve there thanks to that trusty shovel. Finding some treasure earlier.
Huge Yules from Batrider there. He threw Storm up in there. That would have definitely been a dead Oracle otherwise. So great damage control there. They lost the Phoenix somewhere else in the fight by the bounty ring. He died to the Ursa. I missed that one. Okay.
See that either, but they're ready for round 2, Purge. Look at them. Smoked up. Oh, that they are definitely ready to skirmish. They'll have the lasso up as well. Now, I guess the question is, gigantic tree ants just kind of, shuffle through the woods, but no actual heroes.
They got to get the lanes pushed out. It's really important, especially the big trees. Big trees, creep waves. Don't let them get that close to your base, because if you do lose a team fight, then they're just going to take a Rax instantly, because they'll be so close to the base. So got to keep these lanes pushed out. It'll give them more map control, give them more opportunities to delay the game. But, Roche is also going down in the meantime. We'll see if they bought this. They see the tree ant. That might give them a little bit of a clue here, since it is scouting things out, but they got to be really careful about getting jumped on right now.
Grouping up over on the side, and it is taking Smiling Knight a decent time. BKB, of course, is available. Toronto Toki. He's making his way over, throws down some of that sticky. They know. Roche had about half health, so it's like they just want to play it on the safer side. Underlord actually picking up the Eternal Shroud here, too. I kind of like that.
Oh, he got the shard, actually, so you can self-target Firestorm. He went Firestorm wave count. I've only seen bad players do this before, so I'm excited to see him do something good with it. He's got Ceremonial Robe as well, so lowers magic resistance. He'll be able to deal damage to nearby enemies and also heal himself. So as long as he can stay in the fight, he can do tons of damage to heroes like Wraith King once BKBs are done. But I don't really see this being super useful until that point.
Well, maybe you'll learn something today too, Purge. Our panel learned a bunch.
I mean, there's a lot of magic damage, so the hood aspect of the Shroud is solid, but is this really the best item he could buy in this circumstance? I'm not sure. Maybe it'll be good.
Find out one way or the other. Toronto Tokyo, though, does show himself in the bottom lane. Shove outs will be interesting. Get back in the pit.
This is the nicest thing about having a Prophet, is that if you do normally go over here to push out this lane, then you have the TP back to defend Roche. But with this Prophet, they can do that.
Poking away. They need to get in there soon. Batrider's making his way over. Dumping down the damage. Toronto Tokyo getting into position. He wants to see if he can try to get a snatch in here. We'll see Smiling Knight. Can't seem to finish off this Roche. Every time they get near the pit.
Yeah, it's low though. A little bit of time here and this thing dies, especially if they commit. They're gonna go.
Oh,
soon.
nice
Got to.
silence. Shara, zip forward, but Blake trying to jump in. It's still gonna be Yatoro. Yatoro actually grabs it up. They get the kill on the Roche. And now they're gonna have to man fight Smiling. They get a good bash off, but the egg outside of the pit saves them a little bit more time. So Bad's gonna go down. Woodblade also falls. So Bad buying back though. No buyback on the Storm Spirit. You are a happy, happy bear right now. But Shara just has to teleport out with that BKB. Toronto, Tokyo, he's hungry. He'd like to grab himself a little bit more here. Not going to be able to do it, though, as they managed to not only get the kill on Roshan, but also get that Aegis up and running.
And even though like they killed Storm instantly, Storm still does not have a BKB this game. I'm very surprised about this, but he just hasn't been. There's probably a lot less farm on the map because Prophet's been ulting constantly and pushing out lanes. And this like delayed BKB thing is certainly something that's hurting him. Like I think he still dies there because he got lassoed or whatever, and Ursa was in the pit too. But it's got to be restricting his ability to initiate, because if he's just got BKB, I feel like Empire just runs at their opponents and takes the fight almost every time because they have stronger team fight. But with no BKB on Storm, he's super vulnerable to Underlord, to Shackle, to so many things. And so they tried to do this like Coward's Way Roshan where they just have Wraith King doing it, but their opponents just in that split-second moment fought better than they did, took the Roche, take the Aegis, and just swing back a fight. So they're still winning on the Empire side with 7k net worth, but now they have to fight into an Aegis Ursa, which is not going to be fun.
Man, that was a snide comment from you. The Coward's Roche. That is so harsh. My goodness.
I mean, it was like slightly safe, but like it's also bad because it took so long, and then they're not hitting creeps. Those, I don't know, it's kind of weird. Like Wraith King just could not sustain the lifesteal against Roche. He's taking a little bit too much damage.
Stupendous.
Now, how we talked about this a little bit earlier, right? About the Storm Spirit and how if he has too many deaths underneath the belt, he kind of falls off. He's not a threat. How are we feeling right now about him?
I mean, the delayed BKB is the biggest issue just because it's limiting his ability to initiate. His net worth is still fine, and he's absolutely still going to be a valuable hero for the rest of the game. So he's got Orchid, he's got Bloodstone, he's got mana, he's got utility. Like, he's certainly useful, especially when he targets supports on the backline. For, you know, get Orchid at the right time, and you can kill one of these guys, absolutely. But it'll be fine. It's just his net worth is maybe not quite as high as I expected it to be based on how his early game went.
I feel like this Nature's Prophet has to play pretty scared right now in that Toronto Tokyo. That's going to be one of his #1 targets, because every time that they try to go for a push or something, it feels like you've got, you know, these greater treants pushing in a different lane. So if they grab a jump on the Nature's Prophet, it's super valuable. We do have the Abyssal Blade finished up well. So do you think we're going to see something a little bit more like they're going to group up on the side of Spirit, or?
I mean, yeah, they definitely want to fight if they can.
Oh, that is still a very good pick. It is not the Nature's Prophet, but if you can take down the Storm Spirit, you're very, very happy right now. Do they have enough damage? That's the question. It's not looking like they do. Oracle throwing out that save over onto the Wind Ranger. Toronto Tokyo is BKB'd. He just wants to run away. Collapse also deciding, all right, the rest of my team is gone. I want nothing to do with this. I will see you later. And they just disengage just like that. No kill on the Storm, but do you manage to just poke a little bit? And that's more space here again for Yatoro.
The Wind Ranger looking surprisingly hard to kill. He's done a really good job glimmering and blinking and getting out of danger when needed. Obviously, Oracle saved him with the ulti, but the Wraith King tried very hard to get those slaps, and he just couldn't. He had to wait 6 seconds, and then she just blinks away. So on the bright side, he does finish his AC, so he's still, his net worth is still very impressive, but he's sitting about equal to Ursa at this point. And Ursa's burst is certainly a lot more intimidating, especially with the heroes he's up against.
The items coming out. Crafted Telescope, of course, is always just very, very nice. Ports, Flicker also getting up, but yeah, you know, Smiling Knight, he has some very large chops coming out, but the slaps coming out from Ursa.
Yeah, Flicker's pretty solid, especially against things like Oracle, Sticky Napalm, against Pit of Malice. You can get out of those pretty quick. Not quite sure who's going to pick it up. Storm's going to stick with the Stormcrafter for now. Thought maybe he would go for cooldown reduction. Picked up one of those as well, but maybe that'll go to someone else. Yeah, Spell Prism sitting there. Surely that's... I guess having a Euls for Storm is really important. Yeah, it's a free Euls. This is like the perfect case, actually, to get Stormcrafter. When you're dealing with roots, you don't have BK heroes. They don't really have those type of heroes on Empire except for maybe Earth Spirit. Earth Spirit's actually gonna be the one that's getting the spell prism. That's got to feel good. Lots of mana regen, some solid stats. The beautiful cool
Leveler, though.
Yes, very good Earth side.
Radiant are scanning.
Well, they're making their push onto the top.
Radiant's
So Wraith King's
tower
gonna
is under attack.
use the tricks.
Okay, well, I guess
Cool.
that, you know, gives them the chance to help kind of as well.
Yeah. I mean, the other neutral items at tier 4, none of them really do damage, so
Right. Well, they already have
unless he
gems
wants
though on
Booker.
both sides. I think the Bat Rider has, yeah, Toronto Tokyo has a gem, and they just picked up a gem over on the side of Empire. Yep, there it is. So the Inv is not going to be that helpful as long as one of these guys is still alive with that item.
I agree, but the 20 evasion, effectively, not for free, but 20 evasion against Ursa is going to be really effective, and 20 magic resistance once the BKB runs out, which will be always by the, like, one of his 2 lives, he's not going to have BKB, so it's actually pretty useful. You could also use it to initiate, use it, and look for a blink target, or blink in, go invis, stun somebody, something like that. There's options here, and they're looking to force the fight now. Still no BKB on Storm. He's saving his buyback on it. Man, his net worth, I feel like, is just flat for 20 minutes.
He started off so well too. A lot of what the panel pop off, and he did pop off in the beginning, but it just seems like it just went a bit flat here. Yeah. All right, they know someone's there.
Yeah, he had the gem, I guess, so we saw him, but
Char realizing that he is very susceptible. The lockdown coming out from the side of Spirit. Important that they try to do something, shackle or whatnot, before they go in with lasso over that abyssal.
yeah, Prophet getting this farmed is definitely going to be the big difference maker as this game continues, because he's past Lincoln's, he's finished Bloodthorn now, so their ability to burst somebody down is going to be huge between himself, Storm Spirit, and Wraith King as right clickers. So, and he's not done here. It's going to keep going. So, well, on the enemy side, it's just the Ursa. That's their only core. So if the game continues super late and the net worths are still about even, I feel like Empire should have a really good shot of crushing out team fights. The only big difference maker is maybe how hard it is going to be to kill Ursa. He's very farmed and he's got an Oracle to protect him. So keep on playing, I guess. Look for the right opportunities and get your net worth up. Don't get picked off as Prophet has. And eventually, maybe he can win this game first.
Phoenix actually going for the Aeon disc.
Radiant's bottom tower
Possible in these
is under
fights, get off
attack.
the egg, and also the fact that he is kind of important for putting that percentage-based damage over onto the big chonky boy that is the Underlord.
Yeah, that can help a lot.
Down each other's. Do you have the Satanic picked up for the Ursa now?
Radiant's middle tower
Okay.
is
Harder
under
to
attack.
take out as long as he can hit something. And, they don't really have anything that restrict him from that. Walking straight up over to Cyclops is very not having this.
A lot
though.
of damage.
Got the Yules. Is he going to be able to make it out time? Yes, he does. Nicely timed
Nicely
with
done.
that.
Yule's really paying off right there, but it's certainly been good all game against Orchid and things like that. Getting this fast Yules, I think, was quite solid for him. Especially now that he's got an armor item to put on top of it. Like, as long as he casts his ulti, he's good to go. That Orchid comes earlier and he has to use Yules to remove the Orchid, very different, but luckily for him, it was not Storm initiating the fight. And Storm's just going Lincoln's now? He bought an Ultimate Orb after his Ogre Axe, so I guess he's just changing his mind, and he'd rather just have the ability to remove Lasso. Okay. Or Shackle, or whatever.
I mean,
Or Abyssal.
it's
Probably 'cause
working
of
for the
Abyssal.
Nature's Prophet, right? Nature's Prophet does. So no, he has a BKB too. My bad.
Yeah.
My bad. Never mind.
I think it's just because the Ursa is a little bit too scary, honestly. Like, or because once you get Blink Dagger on Ursa, if they ever have vision, he just Blink Abyssals you instantly. It's
Right.
really hard to react in time. So if you've got Lincolns, you actually have some counterplay there. And Lincolns also protects you from Lasso, which is the other thing primarily worried about, especially with Stormcrafters, since you get out to dispel those roots. So I think it's actually a decent choice. Kind of weird. Certainly a weird game for him, but
Dire's
it works out.
is under attack. Radiant's middle
Ooh,
tower
we get
is
a
under attack.
Swift Blink on that Wraith King. Thoughts?
Yep.
You like it?
It's very popular. Yeah, it's the way to go for DPS carries, like having an AoE.
Oh, this is a good pick off. That's
Finally got
Zara.
him.
Yeah. Nice ward
Maybe a
over
Tinker
there.
Ward. So finally does get picked off, but I feel like that's the first time we've seen him die split pushing all game. So the fact that it took this long, I think was really, really good for Empire. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, the Swift Link. Yeah, it's really solid on Wraith King. We got huge movement speed already, so getting the bonus with it. Very normal. Most hard carries by Swift Link. Curse is also queuing on up.
I know we see it on things that are, you know, the other agi carry. I recall seeing it. Yeah, the Wraith King.
Wyvern or Skeeter, sorry, did it the other day in that really long game where he got Giant's Ring. He had won that game too. It's very normal. Almost all carries by Swift Link.
Radiant's courier.
Oh no, that courier!
Ooh. But
Just knew it was going to be there.
there it is. There's the Rosh is back up. You've got the Ag's Blessing. We're gonna see some fighting around that pit soon. Lincoln's is completed now for the Storm Spirit, so he's got a little bit more survivability now. He's having a little bun zipping around, clearing.
No buyback though.
Confident. That
gotta be-
collapse gonna wave at each other.
Finally,
Alright.
the Dire team gets to abuse Ursa on Roshan.
Here we go. Double damage too to boot. Oof. All right, look at the positioning around the team. Smoked up. Smiling
get that
Knight.
time?
First one is gonna get in there. Forward with the Lotus Orb though. It's a snatch though. Yatoro manages to go and grab it. And the back lines of Aposhko will go down. Good play trying to find this opening. Egg goes off inside the pit. They're all on the outside. This is not looking great. Yatoro will go down. That is the Aegis burnt. As the rest of the team trying to find this opening, trying to get in there anyway, and they can't. Collapse will go down. This is not looking good for Yatoro. He's just gonna try to like man fight his way through it. He is life stealing quite a bit. It's a good save though coming out from Aposhko. He manages to go get that heal off. So it looks like the Ursa, he may not have that Aegis of Immortality anymore, but he's got Maposhka, who's gonna have to be good enough and keeps him alive.
Not terrible for Team Spirit. It looked pretty scary there, but Ursa's able to grab the Egg Shard and grab the Aegis. They didn't get the last hit.
Oh, the lasso onto the back lines. They've got their hands over here on the purpose. Yatoro chases after Aknard here. Can he get enough damage? He is disarmed though. We're on the back lines. You have a whole other fight going down. A so bad will fall. Yatoro just being kited though a bit here with Smiling Knight. They're trying to just get close enough. They're trying to get Yatoro into the bus. They can't do it fast enough. His collapse. He leaves behind the corpse of Yatoro.
Okay, they do win in the end. Did they need to go back in? In hindsight, no. They were very close to killing the Phoenix, then the Earth Spirit, but crucially that Halberd came out on time from Phoenix to buy him time. That's the downside to the re-engage. You don't have BKB to protect yourself from the Halberd, and if you don't use it, and if you use the Halberd pre-enrage, then boom, you just bought yourself many, many seconds there to work down the Ursa.
When the heck did he pick that up?
What, the
Halberd, yeah.
That was the first item he bought. He just hasn't
okay.
had a chance to use it like all game because every fight has been like cores jumping in, popping BKB.
Right. Or he's forced to like egg up like fast too.
Yep, exactly.
All right. Good itemization. Came back in the end to be able to do something with it. It is hard to push into this big boy here though.
It is, especially when he's got the lower cooldown, 8-second cooldown, and the wave count is 8. It's permanently up here. So this is really tough with all these melee heroes. They're gonna have to like convincingly crush fights to make going high ground easy. As long as they control ward vision on those corner spots, they should be fine.
These haven't felt like clean fights though either. They've been a bit skirmishy back and forth.
I'm getting a
Yeah, I mean,
win.
60% of our fights have been in the Roche, but I'm pretty sure in this. They're gonna spot Wraith King with the scan though. See if they can go on him.
Start thinking that he wants to make his way over. You can see the teleport here is nearby. Forward, they'll be able to protect the Wraith King. They'll be able to disengage on the side of Spirit.
Where's the party?
Forward coming out from Storm. He's going to be really careful because there is a Batrider over here, but of course does have that Lincoln, so not going to jump on. Oh, they do have a Yules now.
Yeah, Batrider
Right.
could have gone on him, but they would have needed somebody else. He's got Octarine as well, so pretty easy for him to get the lasso off. The cast range is looking decent. 300, so Storm does have to be careful. Does he buy his BKB yet? No, he's still saving for a buyback. But he's got the money if he really wanted it. One other thing that's kind of hurting Empire right now is that Wraith King does not have True Strike. So all these like evasion items and things like that are causing him hazards, Wind Ranger, that kind of thing.
Movement coming up top. Hoping maybe they can grab Tashara, but he's already hightailing it out of here. Then every time he shows up on the map, they're trying to hunt for him.
They missed the one observer ward that they rolled just past, but this gem was really needed. I feel like the Team Spirit has just out-visioned them a little bit almost all game. Oh,
Lasso, drag back over here. That is a very dead Earth Spirit, so a little bit of a pick off for the side of Spirit.
More than a little bit. That's a huge kill. The fact, like, it feels like Empire has been outmaneuvered by Vision almost the entire game. There's been a couple crucial moments where them having Vision was a big deal, but you cannot go for that cliff spot without having your team there behind you. It's way too dangerous, and he ends up losing the gem. I'm not sure how out of stock it's going to be, but it was a big loss.
It's a lot of damage coming out from these greater trees. They actually just take the whole... guys?
That was so much damage, actually.
Oh my
I didn't think it was going to be that much. Well, those aren't illusions. Those are real living creatures. That's full damage. Okay. Swift blink up for Ursa now. It's got it on the way.
Chara is sure split pushing and whatnot. But yeah, Swift blink for Yatoro. Don't know. Engagements are difficult to find, like the perfect one, it feels. Just for both teams, right?
Yep, it absolutely is. You're scared about choking, you know, especially when you're ahead a little bit, as Empire is. You don't want to make any major mistakes when you initiate. Vision control obviously means a lot. Right now, Empire has nothing on the map for Vision. It's been pretty consistently dewarded by gems. Whereas Spirit has solutions. They've got their jungle protected. They have the entrance. They got a cliff spot too. So they can definitely get more chances to grab kills than their opponent. There's a long time till Roche, but Empire's going to wait, push out their lanes a little bit, and then look aggressive most likely. There is a gem up on Prophet, so it looks like that old gem was, in fact, old. I had to check the Team Spirit base. I was like, do you steal this with a smoke? Just can do that, I believe, right?
Yes.
Pop smoke, TP in their fountain.
Yep.
Take their goodies. Oh, we got
Not
the
their
2
goodies.
times. That's why it was so much damage. He had 2 times Treant HP and damage. So that's why those Treants did so much more than before.
We talk about that Necro Book being a huge source of damage, but the greater Treants too are nothing to seize at.
No boots on Prophet right now, but ready to react if needed.
Side of Empire, hope. Stragglers. Not going to find anyone home, but there is mid lane that they might be able to get the jump on. Bat Rider too showing up over here on the side. They have the vision, the zip forward. Toronto immediately goes around, uses that BKB, and the whole storm into place. Does have his own fresh BKB. A Smiling Knight was looking for this opening, but the Lotus Orb immediately helps them to disengage.
See, all I can say is, that's it.
Thanks, Purge. That's a...
The ball lightning was really not good there. And then his opponent was like, see ya. And he just walked away. So no fight.
Bottom lane, though, Bloodthorn is up. I don't think Toronto Tokyo was expecting that. Does the Yules Yatoro, though, waking over, making his way. Can he go and get these hits off? Yes, they can, but the follow-up coming out from Smiling Knight, plus the ball lightning, that one was pretty good here for it, but they do have the BKBs up. Headshar will fall. Smiling Knight now trying to run for his life. Over here, Gwynblade, he's trying to just run away, just ball out. And over on the side, though, the Wind Ranger is going to get slowed down. The egg over on the back lines will be able to go off. They don't have the detection, though, and eventually they will be able to just zip forward as the rest of the side of Spirit has decided that is more than enough and just disengage.
Okay, they didn't lose the gem, though. I was worried about them for that. I mean, they buy back Prophet in that engagement, but they only kill a Wind Ranger. Everybody on Team Spirit was super quick to react to that. They must have used Dark Rift, it looks like. It was used about 40 seconds. Maybe not. I didn't see how they all got there so fast, but boy, did they react. I think one of the things that really hurting Racing, the lack of MKB, honestly. No, he doesn't have MKB, and he doesn't have Abyssal. So it's like his opportunities to, like, lock people down in the first couple of moments or do something really good in the first couple of moments is just not there. But this is smart. He's going Spider Legs now. He's going to sell his Phase Boots, and now he's going to have an item slot without having to give up his Armlet, which is pretty important to keep him survivable against the Ursa. So Spider Legs Basher. Basher definitely better than the Trickster Cloak. So I like this idea.
All right, well, just had a Lincoln's picked up for the Bat Rider now because he realizes that if he shows up, it's just crazy, right? It's a back and forth game of cat and mouse. Who gets the jump on who? Because, you know, this Nature's Prophet is absolutely terrifying when you look at his items. He's got the Bloodthorn, he's got the Sheep Stick, and then on the flip side of it, you know, you look at what Toronto Tokyo's got packing as well. He's got just the lasso is just very, very scary, plus the fact that you can pop all those Lincolns. The the Yules.
The problem though is that Prophet's damage is really high, but it's not insane. He's got a lot of utility items. BKB, Mech, Lincolns, these are all super defensive 4-staff now. Can they get the spell? No.
Nope, BKB. BKB charge. We should be down to like 5 seconds on that point.
Yeah, he is down to 5, so not that important. Like, they buy themselves 20 seconds or something like that. But really, we're just waiting for Roche to come up, and that's what's really going to force these teams to have to engage. Actually.
Well, the Storm obviously is going to have time on. He picked that up very late as we kept harping.
They swap at.
Zip forward. That's very far forward, but they managed to find him. Plus, the Lotus is not going to be enough to keep him alive. Toronto Tokyo will go down. Collapse immediately says, we got to get out of here. Look at all the damage coming out with Poshka. We'll be able to keep the Wind Ranger alive a little bit longer. Does have the blink. So both of them will be able to disengage. The disengage on the side of Spirit is so good.
She ends up staying alive. A little scary looking, but able to do it. Once again, like, Evasion feels like the bane of Team Empire this game. They were able to kill the Batrider there with that great move. The BKB got forced. They took that window and they forced the fight, and they were able to catch him.
Oh, this is... Look how fast this goes down. Empire's going to be so
That was a fast Roche. That was like insanely fast Roche respawn, actually. All right, who gets a shard? Very curious.
Where is it? Where is
Storm
it?
Spirit. Okay.
Okay.
Gave it to Storm.
A little bit more locked down. Always nice. I'm not sure if he wants to be in the middle of everybody, though.
All right, they're thinking about it. Definitely better than a mech. I would agree with that.
Yeah.
So now with AoE, Electro Vortex is actually insanely good for Storm because now it's not a targeted ability. So now it just stuns through Lincoln Sphere. So this is actually amazing for Storm's ability to catch Batrider or anybody else that might have Lincoln Sphere in these fights. Definitely. There are. It is a good item, I'm sorry to say, guys. Just gotta buy it sometimes.
You do.
Otherwise, the game just becomes not fun. They go on you and you just die every time.
And this is a game where you've got all sorts of amazing spells and fun things to do. You don't want to just die. Sit there, watch your friends have fun because you didn't buy a BKB. Yatoro. Be able to teleport out. Looks like they're not going to hard commit here.
I mean, they tried. They couldn't find him. He blinks to the top. They thought he went bot. No catch. Deal 8,000 gold on Storm Spirit. Good for him. Let's go in Hex next. They just need more disable, basically. They realize that catch is an issue.
Storm Force double damage.
Regain their jungle just a little bit. Sitting here to hopefully catch somebody that comes to D-Ward like usual.
Very close to the Abyssal Blade now for Smite.
Yeah.
Vanguard, is that the whole thing actually coming out? No? Ta-da!
Yep.
There it is.
He's got Moonshard, so he's pretty darn farmed. And we got tier 5 items shortly also.
Okay.
I can't believe we're at 56 minutes already, but we are.
Good items coming out here. What do you want to see?
I would watch another Giants Ring race game.
Giants
I don't know.
Bottom lane jumping forward, though. They pop the Lincolns. They'll be able to go and hold Pachar into place. They've had enough of this now. So even go and they use the lasso because they just are so sick of these treants just showing up and hitting their lanes.
No buyback there. But because Roche is already dead, not the biggest deal for Empire. They're just going to dodge lanes for a bit.
Are they going to be able to
Push out
dodge them
creep
because they're
waves.
just chasing? Like, they really want to take advantage of this momentum. Look at this Yatoro. He's
Doesn't
going
have
to be
blink.
able to pop it. Yeah, there it is. He's able to pop the Lincolns and just needs a little bit more damage. But look at the Storm. He's able to zip away, and they just don't have enough catch. So Gwynblade's going to be able to survive this initial jump.
They're very scary. He had to use his Bloodthorn that Ursa just has. He also sold his boots using Spider Legs here. Not quite enough damage to get very close, though. I don't think there's anything he could do to maximize that, except for not use Swift Blink earlier, but he probably needed to use it like that, so he gets Swift Blink when he goes in, he probably gets that kill, but
Radiant
map control looking fine. They still have 70 seconds, still good opportunities for them to get a fight. But if anybody on Empire lets them get picked, that's what's going to... Smiling Knight happy to hit creeps, because obviously much harder to kill. He's going to go in.
Oh, gosh. All right, Maposhka absolutely obliterated there.
Where's that vision from?
No, but there's going to be a buyback as the skirmish is going on over on the side. Toronto Tokyo trying to find this opening, and it is going to be the BKB coming out here from the Spirit over on the side, though. Yeah, this is not looking great here. He's going to try to fight. Yes, he's going to be able to go. Takes down the first Aegis as there's a swoop coming out from the Phoenix with the Sunray. Can they burn down Yatoro? Yes, they'll be able to take down the Bear because there's a whole other fight going on over here on the side. They're just not together at all. Lotus Orb being thrown out. They'll get the drag back on the side. They'll be able to take down an Earth Spirit, but then in comes Squibbly. Okay, good save here coming out from Maposhka. We'll be able to keep the Wind Ranger alive just a little bit longer, but the rest of the team, they're delta splitting. They don't want to take this fight. They don't have Yatoro, and he is the main source of physical damage coming out from the team. So bad, has the Glimmer Cape, should be able to run away. So Blink is back up on the Wraith King. He really wants this, but no, at the last second, he's gonna go, oh, the spider legs. He jumps right back in again. No, he has the Lotus, able to go buy a little bit more time. The stuns are just getting reflected right back in again. This is still a very dead Wind Ranger. Very nice.
I'm so glad he's queuing up Rapier because this man needs True Strike so badly. Like, oh man, the Wind Run is just buying him so much time. Great uses of ulti by Maposhka as well, but the fight turned really crucially there when they got the disable on the Ursa. It was basically Hex with lots of right-click damage. They got him down to 15, 10% HP, and at that point, he just has to run. I mean, he was able to kill the Storm Aegis, but they were able to finish him off as he runs for the hills, and that was just made the fight really straightforward as long as the rest of the fight didn't go too bad, and it didn't.
It was just so split the entire time, though. You know, we had like the two different cameras going on. And you're like, okay, what has happened? Nart needs to be careful. Toronto Tokyo has his eyes on a little burb here. Go up quickly, though, jumping in. He uses the Hex. That Lincoln's is going to work. They both have Hexes here, as both of them are two little piggies, and they're not making it home. Not this time. The zip forward here. Collapse pops his own BKB. They're just going to have to watch this very massive dinosaur in armor walk away from them.
Yep, now they lose their vision. This is the part. Oh, there it is. Tier 5 items. Oh, minus 10 armor. That's pretty good
and
with a rapier.
Oh,
you know,
babe.
I don't know what just happened. Wraith King feels like he got a lot stronger in the last 5 seconds. Anyone else noticing this?
The seeds of fortune.
The damage is a little high.
How many hits is it gonna take to kill Oracle?
1, definitely 1 at this. Without it, how much armor does Oracle have? He's got 8 armor, so let's just do the math really quick. After minus 12, yeah, he's gonna have -4 armor. That's like a 20% damage increase. Plus he crits for 260. Yeah, that's a one-shot right now. Oracle's got to be so careful.
Machina picked up as well. What do we have? Do we have all of the tier 5s now? Have they found them all?
Oh no, I
we
think
still got a couple left. Book the Dead is also a very nice item.
The ultimate rad item.
Zip it around. The Hex comes out over onto Ursa. He needs help, and he needs it fast. They'll go and they'll use the Oracle ulti, but Smiling Knight sees an opening, wants to try to take down this Underlord. He's taking a lot of damage here, but it's not quite enough to take him down as he is popping his own BKB. Smiling Knight and, of course, Earth Spirit popping their own. And that engagement is over as soon as it started.
A little surprised Wraith King went in, but it worked out, I guess. Get their opponents to react a little. What's really important, actually, is they keep their opponents out of the jungle right now. 4th neutral item now. The 4th tier 5. The Dire team doesn't have any. Fallen Sky. It's just a raw item now, right?
Strength 20 into 15. Of course, the Meteor Strike deck.
Yeah. Good way to initiate. A nice stun. A second blink for Earth Spirit, a little unnecessary, but certainly better on him than other heroes.
I'm trying to think who else they could pop. Best choice.
Yeah. I do like that Prophet's also holding the Ex Machina, though, because that's going to increase his survivability against Ursa massively, because he's definitely a big target for Ursa. So being able to jump into fight, get 25 armor, which is insane, and then double his like active items, which is all amazing stuff. Like it'll be really good.
So that is starting to get the items for doing some damage here. Just careful though. Smoked up. It's like she's just a little bit too fast for them to get their hands on. Does although they're lingering in the area. They use Scan. Make some space. Yatoro needs to be careful. The jump forward immediately. Look at this damage perch. He just gets evaporated. What was that? Like 3 hits taken. Knee peasant. Oh my word.
Yeah, he died really quick there. The mobility of Earth Spirit's actually insane. He's got 2 Blink Daggers and Rolling Boulder. That plus Storm plus Nature's Prophet. Anybody gets out of position, it's over.
Look at this army.
You gotta be so careful.
Look at this army in the top lane. You've got Greater Treants. You've got Book of the Dead, level 2.
They have the one counter though. Firestorm, 8 waves.
That's true.
Good luck pushing. Oh no, it's up again. It's about to get so much gold.
All right,
Unless
he's
he
gonna
missed
buy
ball last
everybody
hit.
a moon shard now at this point. Gonna be just.
Oh, he's getting Wind Waker. I think I haven't actually seen anybody buy Wind Waker in a pro game yet. This is the first I'm gonna see. It's a pretty good game for it.
Has fallen to the Radiant.
Who gets the shard? Wraith King?
Sweet.
I guess. It is right.
Immortality is mine.
So I guess you could like TP back home with Divine Rapier, that kind of stuff. That fun thing. They got any tier 5 items yet? Oh,
They have, the
Ranger
Mirror
got a
Shield.
Ballista. Mirror Shield, Ballista.
Is under attack.
That's it so far. That's why he's jungling enemy side of the map.
Gotta get some. They're at a huge disadvantage without having the other 5s. It's at a huge disadvantage right now anyways, right?
Yep. Ballista's actually really sick on win.
Got it then, but still feels like very much an uphill battle for teams. 29k ahead on the higher. Look at this. Where's our Underlord? Hello? You need to clean up here.
It's 3 waves. It's hard.
Come on, dude.
Can only do so much.
Excuses.
They're being so gentle on the top lane. They really don't want to throw this game. They've got good control, but they're not committing to these buildings because they know that Ursa finds the right grabs in the back line. Go real
Any more
bad.
tier 5. Look at so bad. He's trying so hard. Like, okay. Oh, look at that. The Nature's Prophet just went bottom too. Careful.
So bad's just jungling.
bad. Careful.
He does.
Jara seems like he's like, these camps are empty. Hook.
Underlord, can you get the courier? It lives. You gonna commit to it? It's a Wind Waker
Oh.
now. Good.
Jara. Okay. All right. He just decides that it's not worth the.
He didn't know. I don't think he ever saw him.
He saw
to be
the
fair.
Fallen Sky. Okay, there we go. Another item. Windbreaker's now picked up. No, he definitely saw that the camps are empty. Like he kept walking forward and being
Yeah,
like,
but you don't
courier,
know how long ago they got cleared.
Courier has been
Ooh, that is the Axe components. But oh my god, did you see how fast Flip showed up? So bad, just dips. Oh, I love it.
They've been looking for him for a while. Yeah. All right. So yeah, no Axe for Phoenix, but he didn't buy out or anything for that. He's just gonna blade. Can save his allies they get gone on, so that gives them some really nice counterplay that they've been needing, certainly. It's like Wraith King is switching up an item. It's gonna go for a Silver Edge to give him better catch, I guess.
Seeds of force.
Maybe they'll swap Radiance out for it or something, because at this point Radiance is not that useful. It's a little damage, but doesn't do as much. Level 30 does get picked up for Ursa, that's okay. He's got that monster Earthshock now. Clear the
That's-
creeps.
Huge AoE. Oh my word.
are under attack. Dyer's bottom barracks.
Whatever they
Fallen
can
Sky.
get to get rid of all these creeps, right?
Yeah, they really do. I like the Fallen Sky on Ursa. Makes his initiation better, actually, because it basically guarantees a fall to his Abyssal.
The bounce back, the drag in over here. This is not looking super great now for this Wraith King, although it does have the BKB, jumps right back up. Lotus Orb is going to get used. Oracle gets taken down during all of this. There's going to be the immediate buybacks, though, coming out as well, as they're just holding him into place. Beautiful egg, though, coming out from Eknar. We'll be able to keep him alive a bit longer. And the rest of the team, they're just not sure how they get in there. They got such a nice setup where they're able to drag back on this Wraith King, but they just didn't have the damage. They weren't able to follow up. Lincoln's gets Pop Char getting held into place here by Collapse. He'll use the refresh.
That was the Ex Machina, actually.
The Ex Machina. Oh, yes.
Did you hear the little Christmassy jingle in it when he used it?
No.
That was the difference.
Oh.
It was there. I heard it.
Can you sing it for me, Purge?
No, I can't. It was like little jingles.
I don't believe you because
Kinda
you
like
won't sing
that.
it for me.
But someone will probably.
Oh,
You'll
the
hear it
zip
again.
in. Hoping maybe they could try to
I
grab.
like that. That was sick. Like he's just trying to get them to
Oh.
pop BKBs or other.
Toronto Tokyo. He's in. He's rooted into place. He's hexed up. He's got the Lotus on him. The jump in, though, coming out from the Earth. They're trying to shred through Gwynblade. Are they going to be able to take down the Storm fast enough? No, they're not going to be able to do it. The root comes into place as well, and there's just so much damage being put over onto their buildings. Yasuno down, forced to run away. Collapse doesn't know where to turn. They do manage to take down Toronto Tokyo, and it's a good shackle over onto the side. They need to do a little bit more damage. This Ballista is just knocking them back constantly, but the sun is coming out over here again from Gwynblade. They go, they purge him off. They turn right back around again. Can they take down the Storm? But again, he has the Aegis Purge. You need to kill him twice, and your buildings are just getting ripped apart while all of this is going on. That Windraker coming out, the drag back again over here on the side. Can they finish him? There's so much damage. All right, that's going to be one kill going down. There's going to be a buyback now from Toronto Tokyo. He's already here. He's trying to find another opening. He doesn't have the...
Prophet's backdooring.
So again, a Prophet. Again, yeah, we talked about this. He's got the whole kit and caboodle here. That's going to be... Oh, yeah, look at this collapse comes out. He's like, my buildings, stay off of them.
Ship the range barracks. Yeah, 2 sets of barracks died in that crazy fight, which is basically just 10 heroes mashing their heads together. Everybody props BKB, and Racing is like, I don't care, I just hit people. And that's what he did. He slapped people. There was buybacks. They've got a 28k gold advantage now. These lanes are naturally pushing, making this game even harder to play against a Nature's Prophet. We are certainly into the late game right now.
Yes, we are. And, you know, I will say, though, this Wind Ranger's starting to dish out some decent amount of damage. That when she went and she got the shackle off earlier, I think that made turn a little bit better for the side of Spirit. But you know, this Wraith King is a veritable raid boss. You got to kill him too many times. You have to kill the Storm Spirit like twice, and it's still so difficult.
You know what I'd like to see? I'd like to see a Storm Spirit purchase this shard. It's like one of those heroes where like you never buy the shard, but he's got 9,000 gold. He's 4,000 over buyback.
You might as well
buy it. Yeah. 40 attack speed increase. Hell yeah.
Oh, in the bottom lane, the Hex is up over on the Underlord, but the follow-up, Toronto Tokyo, they drag back again over here onto the Storm Spirit. He no longer has that Aegis. BKB, though, is going to be able to go teleport out. Looks like they're not going to be able to quite grab him in time. So he's happy to just go right back home again.
He already bought it,
Look
actually.
at
It just got delivered. Yo, how do they even get killed? Everybody is so tanky, actually. Batter just got 3,600 HP. Lincoln's Octarine Core, Mirror Shield. Like, this is so difficult. Underlord's got almost 4,000 HP. All these heroes are so difficult, actually. They, like, just need to engage while Wraith King slaps some supports, and then they eventually take Megas. Is Megas going to end this game? No. But it will help it a little bit end. And until buybacks come back, we're going to see Empire cool their jets for sure.
Buckle up, Buttercup, because we've got quite a ways to go with the way that this game's going.
Actually, there's 3 dieback potentials on the Dire team. War versus just the Prophet. So maybe if they can take a good fight, hit those supports, they could close this game out. But for now, they're playing pretty safe.
Radiant are scanning.
Look at that. They can't afford to leave their bit. You got to leave Underlord there like the entire time, because look at these great treants.
Yep.
Yatoro, yeah, look at this, the Fallen Sky. They cannot leave. That's the problem. They have to get a pick off on the Prophet at the very least.
These strong range creeps in the mid lane is going to change everything, guys. Do like 60 damage instead of 41. Watch out.
Ooh-wee.
At least their melee barracks will regen.
Oh, look at that. They're hunting. It's already out of there. He's pretty fast. Not today. All right, who just picked up an axe?
Probably Phoenix. Doesn't everybody have one at this point?
Well,
First
another
Spirit's going to get one too.
as long as you don't play like No Tail and kill Thompson. I love that tweet. See, I don't know why everybody's talking about Thompson. Okay, False Guy, but the BKB immediately coming out from Toronto Tokyo. He tries to run back. Needs to be careful, those Smiley. Look at that damage coming out from him again. But they're just so hard to kill. Yatoro's Tokyo, he loses his courier. Aeon just getting picked up. This game's never gonna end, Purge.
It's basically all about where Wraith King is the core thing for Empire, because he's the only guy that does a lot of damage. They have all these like hard to fight into team fight items, but like in terms of raw survivability, Batrider is not very high up. He's only got 16 armor here, almost 17 armor. Storm is not really the greatest solo killer. He's got damage, but he's not going to be able to just blast through these guys with crazy items. So it all comes down to where Smiling Knight is. Can he get these pickoffs? Because he's not going to be able to buy anything else at this point.
There's just so many defensive items on the Storm. Like,
there are, yeah.
It's wild to think about. Toronto Tokyo showing himself on the wave, but no one hard to admit that.
Man, this Storm
Okay, all right. 3 hits to take down So Bad. No buyback on this Wind Ranger. The zip forward, though, coming out from Quiblade. Does have the BKB. This is jumping right on him. Aposhka just absolutely gets destroyed. Yatoro next to fall. This is a big tanky Underlord. They don't have much buyback here. It is going to be the Ursa, though, trying to get back in again. But he just gets absolutely slapped. Drag back over here from Toronto Tokyo. They know they have to try to take someone down. They're hoping it's going to be Vetchar, but the Aeon just keeps them alive a little bit longer as they jump over onto the back lines. They've got a lot of damage over here onto the Storm Spirit. Can they finish him off? And Collapse is just too nervous because we got to leave. But they leave behind Toronto Tokyo. Stuck in the tree line here. Immediately Lincoln's gets popped. There's just too much. Down goes the Batrider. Buyback now. Coming out from Gwynplaine. They want to finish up this game.
Mid barracks falls as well, and he's gonna dive here almost. Nope, never mind, not diving in. Buildings.
All right, they try to go forward. Jump forward immediately over onto Collapse. This bear, though, is just trapped in all of these trees, and he cannot seem to move. Although he'll be able to go turn back around again. This is going to be game purge. There's not a hope left now. Yeah, the GG gets called after 73 minutes. Team Empire will take this first game.
All it took, 73 minutes. A finally convincing team fight that got lots of their opponents to buy back, and then Wraith King finally got some crucial pickoffs. Started realizing he was the guy that needed to get the kills, and he picks off those crucial heroes, killed the Wind Ranger, and then Storm dives to the backline instantly, picks off the Oracle, and then from there it's like the fight is so much easier, not having to worry about those disables. So even though their BKBs are down, with 5 heroes still up, they can definitely play around it. But
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
10,
Dire team pick.
Grimstroke.
Radiant team ban.
Monkey King.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
Clockwork.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Keeper of the light.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Bloodseeker.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
Morphling.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Queen of pain. You may now select your heroes.
The next level, the next level, the next level, the next level. Oh, I feel better already. Nice.
It-
30 seconds to battle.
Because
The battle begins.
Так, это уже 2. Баунти ворует Никс Ассасина, стакал полностью. И пойдет на линию.
Esto en ninguna otra región es que cuando alguien mete un sentry y falla el ward, o sea, no consigue adivinar.
A bit.
installation is complete.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
you won't control. False idolatry.
Do you
Do it with flair.
哎，队友呢？队友嘞？哎，队友呢？队友呢？队友呢？ I deny you.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
No one does this to me.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Good luck.
Add another to the tally.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Impossible. By whose hand? As long as they don't mind dying. And it's off.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Self-portraits.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Come back over this land.
And the
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
My waters rise.
Radiant's middle tower has been denied.
My thrift rewarded.
Worthy tribute. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
No!
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Oh, so beautiful.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Incoming. Regeneration.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yep.
Battle isn't over yet. Only in death is your true value realized.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire are scanning.
Rock it on.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
And it's off. Boom, there it goes.
But
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Jackpot.
What?
Waters rise. Flares here. Finders keepers.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire are scared. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is falling. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Mourn me. Your essence seeps into my coming in.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Back.
No match.
I feel better already. This'll work.
The next label play. The next label play.
My thrift rewarded.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
you sought was your own demise.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Worthy tribute.
For the twins.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
What is this?
Is under attack.
Twice the torque.
Dire are scanning.
Wait.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Coming in. That, my friends, is why metal will never die.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Worthy tribute. Add another to the tally.
Go.
Illusion.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Boom, there it goes.
Is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Our
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant. team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
Keeper of the light.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Skywrath Mage.
Radiant team pick.
Medusa.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
A 75-minute brawl-ish. A last pick brewed. What will Game 3 bring us? We're gonna find out. Team Spirit is playing against Team Empire in the upper division of the CIS DPC League. Joined by Brian for the draft at this one, of course. Captain ODPix is still with me as well. And this third game will be the decider of who takes the win here in the group stages at ESL 1. Powered by Intel. We got ourselves a Skywrath Mage opening coming out from Team Spirit. Keeper of the Light, Medusa on the side of Empire. What's up, Owen? What are you liking? What are you disliking?
I mean, I'll let Brian sort of talk up the deucer, but I'll be honest, it's already sort of slipping into my same category of, they picked a hero second that I think can be quite heavily dealt with. But Brian, I know you're a fan. Are you a fan enough to sort of see it warranted as being picked this early in the draft?
Radiant team
By Keeper of the Light, not only for like the early game like spam of Mystic Snake, but it's also basically healing you when you are given mana by the Chakra Magic. But the thing about Monkey King last game that I saw was that the hero capitalizes on like heavy commitment, and you use your ultimate, and then all the people are caught in it and everything. And they just picked 3 ranged cores and just never went on you. Like they just stayed away from the Monkey King all game and kited him. And I feel like with Medusa, she's kind of the same, but rather than getting kited, she just gets ignored or like played around on the map, where you just never fight into her directly and you kill her teammates first and then focus her last. And I think she's exploitable, just like you said, like she's exploited in the same way, but differently executed.
Well, the last time Empire ran this combination as an opener against a team called Level Up.
5 seconds remaining.
They coupled it with a Beastmaster, that's a Shadow Shaman, and a Bat Rider. So they went for like a lot of single target initiation, ways to be able to start fights mixed with some put power. So they're not going to get that Beastmaster. Pretty big. I'm not sure how I feel about Skywrath Mage, but then again, we've seen Dark Willow twice now today, one lower division and then one upper. So people are experimenting a little bit more with these damage-oriented 4 positions rather than these roamers, which is probably good because I feel like I'm seeing too much of this like 1-2 Earth Spirit then picked with a core that you can't actually roam into or roam with. So for example, like if I have some sort of offlaner that needs somebody in lane, I have this Earth Spirit, well, he's stuck in lane. Or there's a mid matchup of a Quap or a Puck, and like, okay, I don't feel very good about ganking that if I'm a Clockwork 4 position.
I don't feel like they're going to struggle for damage for a long time with this Dusa already. I like the idea of heroes like Bat bring heroes to the Dusa so she can't get ignored. But yeah, I've been liking her a lot when I see her like 4th picked. Whoa. This might just be too early, as there's a lot of carry matchups that I think are really nice. There's like the anti-mages and Slarks that like kite her around and then eventually feast on her mana. And then you have Terrorblade, who can reflect the Dusa, and her illusion will just hit everybody.
There is also like the very nicely like timed pushes of Terrorblade, which take up a lot of map control. So I always like being able to take, like, if you could take that mid tower pretty early against Medusa, it lessens their hold over the triangle, which Medusa absolutely be able to hit those ancient all game long.
5 seconds remaining.
Where's the Batrider? Isn't this an amazing Batrider game for both teams? I feel like all 6 of these heroes are hard countered by Bat, and we usually see that hero first rounded or first banned.
Maybe Empire's waiting to see the 5 position because Oracle's still out there.
True.
Dire team pick.
Crystal Maiden.
There's the 5 position Crystal Maiden Skywrath combo.
Dire team ban.
Now they're gonna get.
And they
Alright.
get the Darkseer.
It's really nice against Terrorblade. One of the illusion heroes never like playing against Darkseer because all the illusion heroes, obviously their illusions are the strongest.
Yep.
Out of all the heroes in the game.
Radiant.
Yeah, you've got a little bit of comboing, but not like a ton off of the vacuum just yet. But it's another hero that builds like general team fight like buff up items that you kind of want, because you don't have one of like my favorite combos is Ogre Medusa to really amp up. Like I want some damage amp. So we're just getting like a whole bunch of sustain. So bottle. I'd like to see some helps her out in that regard. Something that just does a lot of independent damage from the carry position.
Question.
Yes.
Skywrath Mage, what is the potential of a core? We saw Team Spirit with this curveball earlier.
5 seconds
I just want to know what their options are.
No, I think it's right. Skywrath Mage is dying a few hits to do so. I don't know. You don't want to put that as your core.
I think Sky Mars is like classic combat.
You got
Makes it a lot less likely.
All right.
duo there.
I'd say it's just less likely because last game they opened up a support plus Nyx where they ended up moving the Grimstroke to core, so it was like a core support combo. And I think we're seeing the same thing here where it's just a core support combo where Mars is the core and Sky is the support. I think Ember and Void were pretty much necessary for Team Empire's plan. Do they have another hero in mind that can utilize the Iron Shell in the mid game? Because right now, like they're just so passive. Yeah, more spirits.
The Storm is still in.
5 seconds remaining.
I don't like Storm against CM Sky. I think it's like you're too vulnerable to just getting randomly silenced or randomly frostbitten and just dying full to 0.
We do nowadays want Medusa in the safe lane, right? Rather than mid. Is that the right assumption there?
Yeah, usually she starts in the safe lane and then maybe around like 7 or 8 minutes into the game, her like map farming patterns resemble that of a mid laner. She ends up taking over the mid tower or like mid lane, defending it while rotating between jungle and lane. Usually what I've seen.
Well, they got a lot of time left to think about what they want as their last pick. They got a full minute and then some left here. What kind of fulfills the same role as the Void and the Ember other than the Storm?
Radiant
Tough.
team
I feel like they're just the most highly sought after mid laners for a reason. I think they pretty much take the reject Storm, or reject Spirit.
The
here.
reject Spirit. Well, it worked out for them in the first game. They also had the Storm Spirit, Earth Spirit combination. And it worked for them.
remaining.
I think I really like Lina, Team Spirit. It's a laning dominator that I think is really nice against Dusa as well.
Yeah, I think you definitely want someone that's going to be spamming spells, make use of the CMO, and any sort of magic amp with the Sky is going to be super good. And yeah.
Why do you like Lina over Clop? Because that's like
I think they want some like early tower pressure that isn't the Terrorblade, because I think Terrorblade's gonna have a hard time pushing it. You want to have like multiple sources of pressure when you're against Medusa, because she usually is like a wall in front of one tower. So Lina represents a lot more tower pressure than Queen of Pain. That's why I would choose it. I also think Lina usually struggles with survivability as the game goes on, but with a BKB, I think she's nigh unkillable here. And they go for the tower pressure route, but rather than the Lina, they go for the deep.
It's fair. It also like offers where Lina is somewhat limited on damage. Like obviously you can put out more right click over time. Death Prophet in a way represents like almost unlimited damage with that exorcism. So it solves a problem with the... Some lineups just run out of damage and you just lose. Not with this.
All right, Brian, final thoughts on this draft?
I don't know why Team Empire is insistent upon picking their first round carry. I wasn't sure about last game, but now after seeing the last one, I'm pretty confident it's not a good thing. So I'm going to favor the last pick DP. I like it a lot. I think it ties up all the loose ends, and I think the Terrorblade's going to carry.
All right. Very much. Cap, Team Spirit, have they finally found their form? Is this theirs?
Yeah, I'm going to go with Spirit here. And there's, listen, I believe in Wraith King as a first one too. I think Monkey King is a broken hero, so I believe in that. But I don't believe in, I think Deuce is nice. But I don't think it's like S tier carry that I'm willing to 1-2. So I agree with that. Plus the fact that I feel like Spirit is played a bit better, especially in that game too. That was cleaned by them. So yeah.
I think, and you've been on the Spirit train the whole time around?
The Storm pick, what we did see in game 1, solid Storm game. Maybe he's able to do that again. And if he's able to do even half of what he did and push the game 70 minutes, maybe this Deucer can just hold and turn things around. But I think it's just very hard for him to do that. He's playing against, 2 silences, a root as well. A lot of things that are going to cause issues for him, and I think that Spirit's just genuinely got one of the strongest 3 hero openers in the game. Mars, Phoenix, Terrorblade. That sounds... Mars, Skywrath, Terrorblade. Sounds pretty good to me.
All right, well, let's find out who's going to take the series in the 3rd game. Let's head over to Moxie and Purge.
Very good.
All right, well, it seems like they don't really have a lot of faith in this Medusa unless we get another 70-minute game, Purge. Are you ready for another 70-minute game? Are we going to see it?
I am extra. I like 70-minute games. I think they're kind of. I agree with the panel generally about the strengths about Team Spirit. Like Mars is obviously fighter initiator. Skywrath Mage pairs with him well.
Very good.
TB is going to match up really well against the enemy core as well. Reflect against Medusa. But the things that Empire does have going for them is certainly their offlane lane. Spirit plus Darkseer, and it's should be very able to punish mistakes. He can be certainly. And the other thing that is going decent for them is that the cores on the the supports on the Spirit side are also still are definitely very killable. So Storm pathetic can jump in and catch. They'll be really. There are so many things that lock Storm, solve their tower pressure problem, but it also gave them balance against. It's like more and more things with that Storm.
But like they kind of put a lot of eggs in the basket when you consider the fact they just want someone, they still had, Earth Spirit, right? You can still put an Ion Shell on an Earth Spirit, have him roll in, but it did feel also like it was very important for someone else who was very mobile. And this is going to be a tough game here for Gwyn. Am I pronouncing that right? I have no idea.
I'm not the person.
That's true. You are not very good with pronunciation. My bad, dude. I'm sure chat will let us know anyways. But this is going to be a rough time for him.
Starting 3 bottom here. Darkseer in trouble. No Frostbite though, and he's going to take back to the tower very soon. Cool attempt at getting a kill. Not surprising that he went Frostbite, so again.
I feel like you always expect that though coming out from a Terrorblade, right? Like you want to try to early on when you've got the Metamorphosis up. So definitely feels like that was a bit telegraphed.
But you don't expect the 3rd here. It doesn't really cost Skywrath that much to do. Top. I mean, at most, what's he getting? Shot on Port Coddle, who's hiding from you.
How do you feel about this Skywrath Mage? Because we have not seen a lot of it in this turn.
Yeah, it's kind of boom or bust for sure. Very vulnerable, obviously, at mid and late stages of the game. But in terms of stage, it definitely provides a lot more. It's like very good at punishing by position heroes for sure, because you have better mobility. But it's gonna get scarier as they hit like level. Sky's gonna amplify all this magic. It's gonna be really easy for the kill. Can be bad, but if you get ahead, it can be.
The bottom lane, just seeing a lot of moving around, trying to just push away Tetushara, and of course the Earth Spirit as well. Top lane, just the supports kind of whacking away at each other, nothing too exciting just yet. And the mid lane, of course, it feels like, despite the fact that he's taken a lot of harass, the Storm Spirit is doing pretty well here against the Death Prophet. Oh, I needed one more. Oh, is it enough? So close. Oh, Maposhka, he wants this so bad. But instead we'll take a couple shots here from the tower for being a little too greedy.
Main zoning Darkseer back here is solid still. Not uncommon for Darkseer to get a little toned out of lane. They'll have a level advantage up. Job making sure. Just gotta pressure the Darkseer basically. Just doesn't survive or trade hits.
Now I know that they were saying that, you know, the Darkseers are good against the Terror Blade. Oh, hold that thought. It's taking a lot of damage here. Crypt Swarm comes out, not quite enough. Does use that Fairy Fire, and now he has the bottle delivered.
You're saying Darkseer.
Yeah, they were saying, you know, it's a good, obviously, because, you know, you've got that Ion Shell, but it feels like he just hasn't been able to really disrupt him too much. This Crystal Maiden's doing an awful lot. And look at this Metamorphosis, too. Chunking him down over there.
It's not so much about the Iron Shell. It's about once he hits on Darkseer, that's where things. Because the Wall of Replica illusions do a lot of damage. % of TP's damage. TP ends up hitting for like 200 plus base damage once you meta, so that's where things get a little bit. That in crazy team fights, if you get vacuumed out of position and a bunch of other crazy stuff's going on, it's hard to stay alive sometimes. But the laning stage have done a good job here. Pressure. Nova giving vision in trees is so perfect here. Darkseer doesn't have his surge, so easy kill. This is a really cool pairing with the CM. The fact that you get vision with Nova means that compared to other 5 position supports who harass Beast, like, he still gets this nice.
I do like this move over here onto Toronto Tokyo, but it just doesn't feel like it's going to do enough because you've got the illusion rune. You manage to go and take those down. There's the vortex coming in. And actually, never mind. I'm going to be eating those words because Toronto Tokyo is absolutely dead.
The illusion rune was kind of weirdly used by him. He wanted the mana, but if he was able to save the illusion until after he got hit by boulders, he might have gone a lot better there. So he got that slow, and then Storm got to do all that burst damage, and I was really excited to see him mana, but it didn't work out. Now another kill bottom.
But that's
such a bad lane.
It's perfect, though. They know that, you know, the Earth Spirit was over in the mid lane, and you see how fast Team Spirit just immediately punishes them. He says, you're way too far forward here. You shouldn't be allowed to. The body block's coming out from Blade Illusion. They've got the Nova, but he does have the Fairy Fire. So those stick charges will also help keep him alive. But look at just the aggression, and I love that. I love the fact that they have this efficiency, they have this knowledge that you've got someone not in your lane anymore. Well, it's time to punish them.
Done a great job. So you're limping back to lane as a not yet level 3 hero. TB sent out a beautiful 5.25. Really rough. On the bright side, Darkseer can still Iron Shell spam these waves and all. Really have to lane against the strong TB, but TB conventionally an okay hero against the Iron Shells, just a lot of damage. Kill them relatively quickly or farm with his illusions, so TB's gonna have an amazing.
How concerned are you with the fact that this Terror Blade is starting to stand just shoulders above some of these other heroes on the side?
It's definitely a big deal because TB is a strong carry and usually does fine in lane at minimum, but he usually doesn't. The fact that he's gotten this many kills and is also going to get free farm now is going to say good things about. But on the other side of the map, Medusa's also last hitting pretty good. I feel better about a TB as a carry because he adds like more raw damage, I guess, than what Medusa does. But yeah, I'm sure they should be at least a little bit worried here. So the ball laning getting interrupted. No silence on Sky, actually.
Now turn back around the vortex, the roll forward. Skywrath Mage is here, but Maposhka is already dead. So maybe they can make something else happen. Can they get the final hit over here on this Earth Spirit? It looks pretty darn good. So Toronto Tokyo will collect. But this Arcane Rune, I think, is going to get snapped up by the Storm Spirit.
Oh, he wants it.
Yeah, yeah, he does. Gonna zip forward again. Toronto Tokyo throwing out another couple of these hits. Blade just zipping forward. Wants to kill on the Storm Spirit. Should be able to find it. And with the Coddle being here now too, but the Frostbite, is it enough to get the kill? The Crypt Swarm comes out. Toronto Tokyo collects the kill. And that's going to be our first Exorcism getting used for the mid tower. Fortification, of course, though, coming in.
That was sick plays by Storm, but he got too conservative right at the end. That short distance ball lightning, despite having Arcane Rune, is the only reason he's dead right now. He almost gets out of there, stays alive. And the whole time, Death Prophet probably wanted to pop her ulti, but if she does, Storm just sleep. Maybe would have been better in the end, but they do end up killing the Storm. Ulti gets used, a lot of TPs rotate mid, some damage is dealt, and everything's fine now. Juice is basically just going to walk up to every wave mid. She's going to snake it, and then she's going to... So, not terrible now.
Blade here. The roll coming out, though, from Sayur. And they do anything else besides looking like him. Push is getting a little cheeky here.
Played that really well. Instant frostbite on Storm to stop all lightning, further slows, and then Nova to stop the chase and the attack speed there. They really need Sky to hit 4. He just picks it up. Oh, now he's got the silence. But that mid pressure would have been completely different if he had it. I don't blame him for getting 2 points in concussive because it does help your laning harassment kind of stuff, but just setting 0-1-2. I guess Coddle's going to hold the safe lane now. It's level 5. Medusa's jungling. Storm Spirit's going to jungle and gank a little, but I think Storm's net worth is going to suffer from a little bit by giving up mid to Deuce. And yeah, look at his net worth compared to where Deuce is at. It's not looking good for him, actually.
Not a good sign for Empire because they really need him that tempo that they need. Try to make the space for this Medusa because Medusa, you know, typically not the hero that's going to be fighting too early. Wants to kind of back, wants to get farmed up, and you also need the support of you know, your teammates. I mean, the one nice thing, right, is that if they do get into an engagement and Medusa's off doing her thing, you know, she's farming, you have a Keeper of the Light, so you can bring her into the fight. But generally speaking, I don't think she's going to want to join anything. Not for a while.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And that's definitely one of the weaknesses of Medusa is that you're so slow that, and you're usually not near places where the fights are actually happening. See him trying to sap some experience bomb. Pretty successful so far. Very wise. Maposha is not doing anything. They don't know for sure that she's here unless they support or see her directly. Still haven't spotted. Sees all the trees mysteriously missing. She'll get the picture here in a little bit. As soon as she pops out, she dies those words to spot her. So maybe this is her new home.
I think she just leaves. Yeah, the second that you see that Storm Spirit, just leave. Just leave.
Radiant structures.
And get greedy. I mean, walking back towards the mid would slow anyways. Okay, they finally killed the Coddle. And TB's here, perfect.
I was going to ask when we were going to see that rotation from Yatoro to the top lane because taking down that top tier 1 is pretty classic moves. You are a Terrorblade, and also, you know, now you can take advantage of the jungle, the triangle, all of that.
And he's got Possessment. Fast here.
The bottom lane, it's nice that you go. This is the spear. Petashar just kind of running around in a circle. Actually drops the wall. Is Blade joining in as well. Try to just get this kill, but it's not looking great because the Crystal Maiden is indeed here, so they'll find that kill. And now she's letting it go, and he's going to have to run away. The spear comes in. They need just a little bit more. Do they have a Nova? Do they have anything? Crystal Maiden, she's so slow.
He's got a raindrop.
And he's out. Thank you, Coddle.
And drop would have blocked it all up. Ulti from Deathprop in the mid lane, though.
Let's go for a deep dive.
Close.
The teleport out. Not going to be able to, though, because she got too greedy. So Storm Spirit will happily take a kill there. And the tips are coming out.
Where did Storm Spirit get all of his health and mana? Just regen or something?
He must have, yes.
Because he left bottom, he had no mana, and all of a sudden he just TP's mid and gets a kill. I don't know, who knows?
Clearly hacks.
Must have been cheating. I think you're right. Hard to land the spear on the darks here, though. He hits him with the God's Rebuke before he throws the spear, but he has Surge on, so his movement's basically maxed out. So, yeah, not easy to land that disable. But good rotation from Storm to punish. Oh, that was huge.
Literally running around in circles around you. Not great. But might be able to find this kill over here at the Storm Spirit. They've got the Silence, throwing out the Mystic Flare. Frostbite will hold them into place, and so bad. Oh, and they're sassing each other now. Look at this.
I mean, you do not want your solo mid to get solo killed by a 5 and a 4 together. That is not easy typically, but this is the power Skywrath Mage. You get the Silence, you get the ulti damage, and paired with Frostbite, who needs a Atos? They got it already. I didn't see how it exactly started. It was probably like CM baiting the Storm a little bit, but from what I've seen so far, Maposha is playing really excellent. He really knows the limits of his hero. He's making a lot of good stuff happen with it.
His positioning has been really on point. Enjoy that, especially when he was playing the Keeper of the Light. I think he got picked off like once just because he was a little bit too far forward in that previous game, but generally speaking. So, like you said.
Yule's Rush here from Mars to give him an easier setup against heroes like Storm Spirit. He can protect himself as well, or even like the wily Coddle. And Yule's Upsurge, there's lots of good things about it.
Radiant are scanning.
Doesn't necessarily need Blink.
You just called Coddle Wily.
Dude, he turns his ulti on, he gets like 20% movement speed. How do you stun that guy?
I don't know.
Almost
but
top.
Is the illusion gonna get the final hit? Well, looks like the Tashar gets taken down by Maposhka, and it's still gonna be Yaturo's illusion who gets the final hit.
That feels good. And that's why you get the 15 movement speed talent on Terrorblade, guys. Moments like that. Kills. Mars committed an ulti bottom. That was the Darkseer kill, I guess. That happened in the meantime. Be done. They committed the freezing field to it too. So I think it's safe to say Darkseer's having a bad time. 3,500 net worth. Struggle City. Storm Spirit's behind too. Game's not looking good for Empire. And what do they get to rest this on Adusa, which is okay. But I don't trust Adusa enough as a carry to like carry this game. Unless they can get in a circumstance where Adusa's hunt. Spirit uses too many spells on her, buys time for Storm, kill some supports maybe, then they can win the team.
That's so many little pieces that have to fit together though. It's very disheartening. You know, if you're an Empire fan here. And again, it also comes down to, you know, can you survive? Can you survive around you? Because they can just ignore the Medusa. It's gonna be a dead Maposhka breaking that smoke. Zip forward, plus the stone, silence everything, and they're just gonna let Gwynblade get it. But yeah, you know, it comes down to they just ignore Dusa and they go after everyone else. And then all of a sudden, Dusa's all by herself, you know, in the ideal circumstance. Alive and kicking the side of Spirit. And then you can just deal with her after. Like, I'm really worried about this.
It is scary for sure, but I really did like that movement that they just made. Darkseer was likely to be pressured, so they move smoke in with their heroes, and now this unlocks the jungle basically where Storm doesn't really want to gank a big hero right now. What he wants to do is find space on the map to get last hits, and maybe that's on the Death Prophet. She did use Yules. They're forego that.
Hunt now. Probably going to be trying to make their Death Prophet. Spirit might be the one who breaks the smoke. Nope, they'll go up around the side. They can see that Storm Spirit's over here on the side. Can they pin him to the tree fast enough? Well, Yule's set up. Looking pretty nice, plus the blinding light, but it doesn't matter because they have magic damage, baby. Down they go. Now Earth Spirit is gonna be left to die as Mars just pokes away at the spear and gets himself a double kill.
A weird roll in there, but good attempt to try to save the Storm Spirit. Almost got away, very hairy. He didn't have his phase boots ready by the time that he ran. Still gets him with the Yules, easy kill, no ulti committed either, so now they just get to take towers for free.
Careful, look at they're just chasing down Smiling Knight. So, yeah, all right, that's gonna be the Stone Gaze getting used. The illusions will get thrown out. Got some shot, and they should take this tower very easily.
Almost Roche with this.
Yeah, they really could.
They're gonna play it safe though. Back to farming. Medusa ulti is used, and to see the power of Medusa, that's it. She runs fast, and everybody has to leave, but they were going to leave anyways, so it's going to be a while until she... I guess Scotty is at least good. It's a natural item that always builds, and it's very good against the Death Prophet. That part's cool, but playing like Deuce against Mars is tough. He drops the ulti down, and all of a sudden you just don't do damage. I don't know. I don't have a lot of faith in the Medusa able to carry this game. She will push mid now, at least. There's no exorcism or meta. So this is a good timing here, Brent.
Clear out these waves pretty decently. Look at these rotations too. Oh, Earth Spirit, do you know how dangerous? Yeah, immediately the silence comes out. There's a Yule's gonna get committed, followed up with the arena though to just keep everybody away. So down goes the Earth Spirit. Storm Spirit though on the back end finds himself a Maposhka. He needs a little bit of help from his friends here. Doesn't look like he's gonna be able to get this kill just yet as he turns back around. There's a lot of damage though getting Duke's test. So there goes Maposhka. The wall gets committed on the side as now it feels like the Team Spirit just wants to try to run away. And I don't think you can really protect Toronto Tokyo here because he just zips out of the way of the spear. Easy peasy.
Nice chase. That Storm bought a lot of time on the side of the team. CM was a little out of position, being all the way over to the right. That kind of made things hard, but... And also the Mars ulti commitment just to kill an Earth Spirit feels a little bit weird to me, but especially with the Yules first, I don't know if that was needed because it kind of just bought Empire like 2.5 seconds to react, but ultimately not that bad. They lose their tier 1, they lose their mid hero, but TB hitting creeps at full the whole time. We saw the same. TB does not get contested and he keeps hitting creeps. He's eventually going to be a little bit too hard to handle, especially once he finishes his third item. This is not bad at all for Team Spirit.
And closer to finish that BKB. Looks like Mars is also planning this And they just stand their ground and fight because it's not going to have that damage. Not for a while.
It's farming decently fast though. Her net worth's comparable slightly to TB's. There's still those reflection matchups. Reflection damage is 100%. So for 5.5 seconds, you can be able to reflect a Medusa doing split shot damage, assuming split shot's on at the time. That's kind of the big deal, actually. Does Smiling Knight turn off split shot before reflection comes? If he does, then it's not nearly as bad because it won't cleave in and hit. Or a catch. Gonna get spotted though. The eliminate.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Eknard there releasing the. He had to though, right? There was no way around that. It was just bad luck that he happened to be in the neighborhood when Collapse was walking by.
It was just a nice move by Collapse to commit the ulti.
Skywrath doesn't have a Yules to save him. Roll in, so it's a nice pick-off and something that was definitely needed for the Storm Spirit.
Plus is the for Skywrath. But I really like the ulti commitment from Mars. He just made a guess that Coddle didn't tuck too far into the tree, paid off, ends up.
Yeah.
Sky on the other side of the map, still trying to make his own Atos, picks up the double crown. Very vulnerable damage. Storm can get on top of him and the Orchid on top of it. Just
Radiant's top
I do like that
tower is
Storm
under
shaved
attack.
off his treads this game to go an even faster Orchid. That's definitely what they needed, considering nobody else can set to
I feel a bit odd that the Skywrath Mage was so far forward here, but Toronto Tokyo using that exorcism doesn't have the silence just yet to use here on the Storm, but he doesn't have much mana here as well. So we'll go forward. They need to just get a little bit more, and they have the damage with the Crypt Swarm. Now the rest of the team joining in. That spear not going to quite land, but it's fine. Collapse will still get that kill, and with the regen rune popped, get all that mana back again, and just rotate over into the middle.
You said it was a little weird for Sky to be up there, but that's not really true. It's a pretty safe place to push generally, is on the offlane side of the map when the tier 1 tower is dead. Maybe the downside is that he hadn't seen Storm in a while, and at some point there was a trip comes, but not that weird for somebody. Nice net worth. Because if Sky does finish his Atos at a reasonable time, he can actually just solo kill the Storm. So being a little greedy, trying to get his Atos before Storm gets Yules or BKB is definitely worthy of attempting, but it looks like Storm should be able to beat the Black King bar. But it might be close.
Well, I mean, that is also, you know, the privilege of being the caster and seeing the whole map and seeing I definitely was just thinking, you know, Storm Spirit always is going to be hunting. In fact, we get a little bit more hunting here, as now Crystal Bane taking a lot of damage. Zip comes through, but it's a nice arena coming out for the Mars. Does manage to hold quite a few people in place. So Bad will go down over on the side with Blade trying to run away, and he still has enough mana to be able to zip forward. But we've got Yatoro. He's used that Metamorphosis. He does have that illusion of himself that he has to fight against. He's going to turn back around. He needs to go for a Thunder or something, and there it is. Gets the Thunder off. He's got a man fight himself. This does not feel great for him right now. As the side of Empire continues to push forward, the Storm Spirit coming in hot here. There's no BKB, there's no Sunder. He's gonna try to make enough moves. Collapse though, blocking some of that damage. We'll turn right back around again. Toronto Tokyo over the back line, so they teleport. They went a little bit too deep here. Purge, I'm not sure this is great. The silence over here on this poor Storm Spirit. Gonna try to buy himself a little bit more time. They need like a Crypt Swarm or something. Down he goes. Over on the side in the triangle though, they managed to go. They drop the Mystic Flare, but they'll have the illusions. Smiling Knight should survive this. A big silence coming out though. Petashar trying to get into the vicinity, trying to do whatever he can, but he's frostbitten off to the side. Now Toronto Tokyo again has that Yule Stone Gaze is going to come out. They need to be careful. They're just going to turn their backs. So it looks like, I feel like Toronto Tokyo is going to keep going for it though. Look at this. He's hungry. Not going to be able to quite grab it. That don't have any sort of way to cancel out that TP when the Yules is on cooldown.
Pretty good fight for Team Spirit. It was really valuable for Empire that the illusions is what worked Terrorblade down. That was only a level 1 wall of replica, by the way. So only 70% of TB's normal damage, but it forced him into a position hard for him to fully engage, and eventually he has to pop BKB and Sunder just to survive. And he still almost dies with the nice Storm Jump and the Chakra Magic on top of him. But the Manta usage by TB certainly saved. Death Prophet with Boots of Travel is just by far the fastest hero. One of the nice changes to her base movement speed's higher. She also gets a movement speed bonus from extras being on. So having Boots of Travel to increase your base movement speed more means you're like a hasted hero from the start of the game. It's a really nice advantage to have and really helps her just get more Spirit Siphon damage because... So Toronto Tokyo, despite not having exorcism in the last fight, still killed Storm and created a lot of disruption that helped keep TB alive and his team still in the fight.
And I'm a Dota boomer. I remember back in the day when, before there was Spirit Siphon, there was, of course, the Witchcraft passive that gave you that little extra movement speed. How far we've come, Purge.
Yeah, it's been all those like passives that didn't do very much, been stuff that is more fun.
Is fun to push buttons. All right, smoke play coming out from the side of Empire. Looks like they're going to make their way over towards the Roche pit. Possibly invade the castle here. And that Poshka will be the one who breaks the smoke. Yeah, the pings come out, the silence. Try to step side. Still have that tier 1 and tier 2 over here. So, very well played by Maposhka. We talked about his positioning, and he tanks the gank.
Yeah, didn't die either. No Glimmer Cape on him. So if that Rolling Boulder hits him, he's out for sure. That ward gets spotted, so that's going to get dewarded likely. But an Empire does control the Tri-Camp, which prevents Team Spirit from taking Roche, but it all comes down to the fight. And the problem is that Empire can't Roche themselves. They do not have good Roche heroes. They don't have enough raw DPS. It's a Storm Spirit and a Medusa. Do more AoE focus. So Team Spirit kind of just has a lot of advantages here. Unless they lose the team fight really bad, it's like Empire the area, but they can't take Roche themselves. So it's like, as long as they just don't feed, they just have more opportunities.
This movement. Look at this Purge. This beautiful setup. They're wrapping around. They saw the courier. They know that they're over here on the high ground. Project Tokyo leading the charge. They go for the middle, though.
He wanted to, but it's really scary. You're going up a double cliff, basically, and there's a decent chance chain stun you. Little too scary. They don't have a huge amount of stuns, but like imagine if he gets like pulled by Storm into like Deuce ult.
But
just farm the other side of the map, and this is actually better for them because they can threaten the towers, and Empire can't do the same thing because they haven't pushed out the lanes. They've been here so long. Very smart for them to cut waves like this. TB used his illusion to cut the mid wave. That way they can't pressure the tier 2, and then basically Spirit's just getting literally everything they want right now.
They're not getting that double damage rune because that was picked up late, but that in the next fight. They're playing the map so well right now. You know, Empire doing the best that they can, obviously. You know, you've got to do so. She's got to farm. You have to keep her safe. You have to protect her. But they're just losing so much at time.
Still staying here. They do not. They're just hoping that their opponents will run up this cliff and get destroyed. But so far, they just don't care. They're just farming literally everywhere else on the map. They see Storm still here. They just spotted Darkseer in the mid lane. Now they killed the courier. Awards and sent for you guys. They're getting so much more in these last 2 minutes.
Maybe they make a play. Maybe Empire goes bottom and tries to deal with the Skywrath Mage. But like, look at the way that they're moving on the side of Team Spirit. They just keep rotating, sticking together. And I think that's so incredibly valuable.
Yeah, I mean, look at their wards there. They actually protect them from movement from their side of the map. So like, if their opponents do want to go, and again, it's about the fact that they just don't, they know that their opponents can't Roche. They just don't have good Roche heroes. It would take a long time to kill it. So they can just avoid them and out-farm them and gain an advantage until now.
Collapse. Look at that. He's like, yeah, it's nighttime. I don't really want to go up into the high ground with proper vision. You can stay there. Live there. It's fine. We grant you this gift.
It's not worth fighting up the hill. It's just a little bit too dangerous. A little D-ward with the Spirit is going to be good. Might be able to catch him.
Thinking about a spear. You can see it. We'll set up, but immediately seeing the Medusa, I think you just back off. Don't need to fight this.
That was actually a lot of damage with just an illusion and a spear. Same stuff. What's happening? They're just killing the enemy base.
Beautiful.
Cutting creep waves, killing enemy objectives. What has Empire accomplished in this last like full minutes? All they've done is given themselves a chance to win a team fight. But because Spirit didn't fall for it, it looks like a bad move. But ultimately, if Team Spirit runs high ground at any of those moments, they have a good shot of winning a fight, and then the game could be even. So can't fully criticize what they're doing. It's not completely stupid at all. It's just that Team Spirit's out maneuvering it.
Oh boy.
Oh, on the cliff.
We're on the cliff though, but can't take any damage right here. Maposhka lets it go. Down goes so bad, and they're just gonna have to teleport it out. So that is a pretty good deal here for the side of Empire. They're able to take down both of the supports, and they force out the exorcism, and they don't get any sort of objective off of it. Although they're going back in again, so this is actually looking very, very bad now as the Storm Spirit absolutely melts. This Juica is not looking long for this world. They have Spirit Siphon, they got all the ghosts. BKBs are out. They're just gonna chase down Pachara now. Looks like Eknard is just, what can he do here? Maybe throw out a blinding light, maybe be a bro, and that's pretty much it. But look at this damage. Oh my god, it's a double kill coming out, and now they can just walk into Roche if they like.
It's about time. We're sitting there naked this whole time, but all they needed to do was win a fight, and finally they get Empire to leave the base. And all it cost them was 2 supports that were already kind of squishy. All of the cores on the Team Spirit side are just still really farmed due to them not making mistakes. Like, Mars doesn't die yet. He's 9-0-3. It's a weird KDA for an offlane hero, but dude's owning.
He had a good lane.
They're all doing great. So crush the fight because the Storm BKB was down, and then they go and engage. Empire probably should not have been moving in that area of the map. Maybe feeling a little too confident because the 2 dead supports, but cores were able to crush them in that engagement.
Maybe they were just also feeling confident because of the fact that the exorcism, you know, she had teleported out. Maybe she had gone someplace else, but you know, the last little remaining bit really making a difference during the fight.
Yeah, definitely did. Yeah, they felt comfortable. They thought it was gonna be okay, but those are the moments that are really important. Saw the same thing the other day when lost. What team was it?
Tundra?
The one, Tundra, yes, the one that changed their name. It's like you get
There's
these
a lot
picks
of
and you
those.
think, oh wait, you get like 2 pick-offs and you're like, oh, there's no way they're gonna fight us, but then they get like a crucial pick-off that opens up their game in a big way.
Not sure about this. The BKB does come out though, so they are going to be able to take down the Skywrath Mage. Maybe they'll be able to take down Poshka as well. They do have the dust. He's gonna just go use his ultimate, try to get some damage off, but doesn't matter because again, they have the BKBs up and running.
So Empire does what they're good at. They kill the enemy supports, and this is certainly what enables them partially, but the problem is that the supports, what they accomplish is mostly guaranteeing that he doesn't have B. So as long as the cores just walk away and don't get caught in those moments, especially when the lanes are constantly pushed out, then all they can do is kill those supports, run back, start pushing lanes, but by the time they do that, the supports are up again, and then Spirit's ready to take fights. They don't really accomplish that much. Mars might get a grab here if he spots Darkseer though. Waiting for him to show. There he is.
There he is. He has the blink, he's got the arena, and he's got the surge up. So he's going to run around in circles, actually going and dropping the wall on top of that. Is going to just get poked back. A nice vacuum again, drawing them in, but that's about it. You've used your Mars ultimate, and all right. Now we've got Eknar joining in the fight. I'm sure he's looking for a recall here to grabs in the Storm Spirit, though immediately going and getting pinned over to the side. That is not how you want to deal with this. Stone Gaze coming out now from Smiling Knight. He's going to be able to slow down so bad. The kite left and right here. This Skywrath not looking very healthy as he's going to be the first to go down. The Mars now trying to run away. BKB coming out now from Quibbly. They have the Glimmer Cape, but it's not enough to save them. But this Terrorblade is a big boy, and he's very, very scary. He's got to go running and chasing after them. It looks like Quibbly actually falls here. The whip comes out from Eknar, and he says, get out of there, Medusa. You don't want to be here. And by God, she knows she doesn't want to be here. The buyback coming out from Storm Spirit. He wants to be a part of this fight. Petashara, though, will fall from all of this damage, and they're just chewing through all of Medusa's mana over here on the side. They take down Maposhka. They're going to try to get Smiling Knight out. Do they have enough damage? He's actually out. He's going to be able to TP at the last second, and they didn't have any way of canceling that. Earth Spirit in the trees. Please don't look here. Please don't. There's no one. Oh, God, no. He finds them. He's going to keep on rolling, but it's not enough because Yatoro is there with open arms.
No stones, no TP. Very dead once they come looking for him. Storm making a good play, hitting the backline. He does end up killing Mars. Lots of buybacks in that engagement. So it wasn't all bad for Empire, but they didn't get enough ground to really catch up a little. 11k advantage still. In terms of buybacks, it was only the Mars one, and then both Darkseer and Storm bought back on the Dire sides. So still looking scary. Sort of finishing. Oh, still doesn't have power treads. I don't know if he's bother at this point.
Yeah, it
kind of
feels
irrelevant. But
like there's so many more important things that he needs to get.
that last fight just felt really hard when they really committed to the fight. TB, like, the Storm comes in, TB pops a BKB, and then everyone's like, we can't kill a BKB Scotty Butterfly Terrorblade. There's actually no way they can deal with it. So now Terrorblade has gone from like scary to like terrifying is the next fight, where like literally nobody can touch him.
Literally his name, Terrorblade, and is now terrifying.
And the one hero that counters it, Darkseer, making an illusion, is also not countered because the illusion is going to have Butterfly, but so will the hero. So the illusion is going to be missing 35% of the time against TB. So like that's out now with the Butterfly. The Butterfly like solves every problem in this game. still vulnerable potentially to chain burst, but there's just not that much stun on the Empire lineup. They can't even chain stun them from full to low, probably.
That is very aggressive here coming off of Blade. Needs to be careful. Does have the BKB though. Glimmer Cape not going to be enough to save. So he does get a nice pickoff. But look at this. The follow-up here from Collapse. He's going to make Eckhart pay for that attack here over on the side. So Coddle buys a little bit more time. There's a wall getting dropped. A nice vacuum. And just to go and get the one of those hits off. But
that was
they
like
just use it to disengage.
That was like one attack from TB and one of his illusions. Coddle almost died. That was incredible how much damage that was. Ooh. Oh, he's got Enchanted Quiver though. And maybe he crit as well. It's tough, man. Good luck, Empire. I mean, you guys killed the crap out of the supports. You did a great job this game, but other than that, good luck. I don't know if they're gonna be able to. Yeah. They got Mjolnir on Dusta. That'll offset some of the evasion and give them some AoE. And the active will be really good too once Medusa gets focused, but the active, the static charge will be really good, but still so difficult. TB's farm continues.
It just feels really bad when you can. We had a couple really nice pickoffs, right? But it definitely didn't go the way he wanted earlier on.
Like for a roaming Storm Spirit, I think he did very well. Compared to most Storms play really passively. I think he changed his playstyle on Storm to go get stuff done. But if he's a Void Spirit or an Ember Spirit like got banned out in the last phase, I feel like his ability to pressure the map is Storm is just a little bit too much of a farmer, I think, to fit into this playstyle that they needed to set enough tempo, especially as much as Darkseer got crushed in the offlane. So not quite the right tools for the game they got put in based on the lane.
They're hanging in there though. Lot of movement in that top lane.
Ooh, they spotted the Remnant. Let's give vision on the map. Maybe they like spot us a red dot. Maybe that's why they saw it, but
Spirit, let's look at the way they just Power Ranger TP out. There's no one here.
They're reading this. Well, they had a ward there in that case, but doing a good job. Just dodge the major fights.
Use the farm. Feel like that is kind of the story of this game so far for the side of Empire, and that's very dependent on her getting enough. But now we've got a full data list online for this Terrorblade, and I believe Toronto Tokyo now has a shield as well.
Yeah, he does. Really effective. No lifesteal, lower attack speed for Dusta. He'll be effective. Nice slow is the main thing. You're missing a lot of slow in Death Prophet now. Will they find Dusta? Be here. I don't think they want to go in her first. They'll probably kill Coddle. Oh,
no, you know what? That's a great pickoff right there. Won't have to worry about him. You can see the rest of the team just running.
Clipboard sets that up, gives them the easy blink stun. Didn't have to do a Yule's combo. Didn't have to like guess on the storm. So nice grab. That'll give them maybe 4 bounty runes. Ooh, Toronto Tokyo's trying to lead him off.
Nope, snatches it up. Kicked back here, but this is not looking too great for the storm. Or sorry, not the storm, the Earth Spirit. He's just gonna get recalled though. All right, nice play there. He's out. Got to safety. Koshka's very forward here.
Is this whole team left?
Well, they're coming right back in again because they'll pin up this Medusa. That's a lot of burst damage. Spider legs are coming into handy. And now they have to cross the wall if they want to go through, which it doesn't look like they want to. The Scotty damage is massive over here on the side. Maybe turn their attention now over to the side because they don't want to look at Dusa, not when she's got the Stone Gaze on. And they're trying to just chase after them. Can they get a grab, though? They need someone to slow them down. Pachar over on the side. Looks like the Coddle is going to be the one they're going to chase after the Atos comes out. And one more hit. They'll let Collapse collect.
Storm is still dead from his previous death, by the way, so nice advantage. That was his dieback, so that's why they're forcing so hard. See if they can defend.
Pop the Exorcism. They still have some time on the Metamorphosis. They don't have the Stone Gaze, though, on the Dusa, and she does have to be very, very careful. Fast Toronto Tokyo just zipping around back and forth. Doesn't want to stay too long in one place, and they get a decent amount of damage on the tower. About 13 seconds until the Storm Spirit's back up.
The buyback only costs Coddle about 750 gold, but delays Ags. Gives them another win condition when dead heroes are in the map. Long ways till Roche, but again, we're going to reset on Team Spirit most likely. Push out their lanes, play the same kind of stuff.
Lovely
Wait for the right picks.
double damage rune bottled up by Yatoro, so he'll be saving that for a rainy day. And that day could be coming pretty fast because they're just walking over here to the castle. I guess you don't have the exorcism, so
Radiant are scanning.
perhaps that's what they're trying to take advantage of, but they're grouped up tightly. Voshka lagging a little bit behind as a Crystal Maiden will. Is going Dagon. Okay. More burst damage.
It's going. He's got it already. It's there.
First time this patch. Go Voshka.
You know what I think this is actually? I think he bought this so that he can Dagon the TB illusions that get created from Vacuum Wall. Pretty sure that's what it's for. Because Dagon does still one-shot illusion. And I mean, a little bit of burst damage can be good, but like the enemy heroes are not that burstable. I think he just literally wants a hard counter to Darkseer's Wall. And that's the only thing that's like remotely scared him. So kind of a cool item
That's
build
actually so cool.
in this circumstance.
I like that.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
All right. Solution, Smiling Knight again. Continues to farm, working on a BKB. And Yatoro, he's got a lot of space, a lot of freedom. The creep wave's on its way. He's got ninja gear too. That's a really nice item.
Got a lot of items.
He does indeed, and any second he can
stuff.
pop that double damage. In fact, they're making their way over to the high ground now. They don't even have an Aegis here, Purchase. Just feeling very, very confident right now.
TB's so hard to kill with the butterfly. And now with DD. Little scary to force it though. No dead heroes. Their opponents can just blast waves, and like fighting up the cliff against Vacuum Wall is so hard. Everybody gets caught, they're really slowed, it's hard to retreat. It's a lot of dangerous.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Regeneration.
The relic, probably Skywrath Mage. Sailor Moon, or actually Mars could take it. Not sure, probably Sky.
Quickening. Having that, because that's the problem, is that a lot of times they're just able to walk away, right? So let's give it to the guy who's going to be able to hold people in place. Some of them anyways, and collapse. Smoke will pop. Oh, I like the blink on the Sky.
Blink on who?
The Skywrath just picked.
Oh, yeah. The Storm solution just sits so far back. You get your options. It's Minotaur Horn pickup. This is really nice.
One for each of them. You get a Minotaur Horn, and you get a Minotaur Horn.
Prophet ended up taking the relic. Okay. A little bit more damage for Spirit Siphon and Exorcism and all that good stuff.
Oh, there's a ward there now.
Dire's courier has been killed.
The very tanky Roche is up. You want to make a play for it, but it is pretty difficult. Okay, the Zip 4, though, might be able to do something. They have the dust, so that's just one hero immediately erased off the board. Death Prophet now does have her own BKB. Looks like she's going to use it to just walk away. Do they re-engage, though, is the question. It feels like they want to. Yeah, collapse. We'll just go pin over to the wall here on this Medusa. They need to burst her down. Nice wall getting placed down as well, but these BKBs coming out, they just do so much damage as they just rip through here. And now they're trying to just put out this physical damage over here onto this Medusa. The buyback comes out from the Earth Spirit. They're trying to protect her. It's not looking great here. Just turn your back. Don't want to look at her face right now. Toronto Tokyo, though, just trying to lead the way. Needs the rest of the team to help back him up, though. But where are they? The Zip 4 coming out now from the Storm Spirit. The follow-up here from Collapse. Can they do anything? There's just a little bit of a wall vacuum going through. Or now Collapse forced to try to get out. This Death Prophet illusion helping him out quite a bit. Down he goes.
I'm not sure where TB was. What was most of that fight? I was watching Death Prophet lead off the Medusa and try so hard to kill him, but
where's the rest of the team?
Throughout this game, Surge on Medusa has been incredible. It's like she gets in trouble and everybody continues to dive and continues to dive, but if at some point they just need to like give up on Medusa and kill the other heroes, I felt like. But TB's HP was pretty low. He must have dealt with something serious in the backline. Maybe Storm tried to kill him or something like that is what ended up happening, but big fight for Empire, because now they're going to be able to take Roche. Surprisingly, they win that fight.
The Mars down for 76 seconds. The problem, yeah, look at this. Starts off pretty nicely. Get the wall drop, though, plus the blinding light. All the BKBs coming out. Smiling Light. Look how low he's sitting during all of that. And Toronto Tokyo, just where's the rest of the team? It feels like the Mars has followed up. Fairplay just walks away.
Yeah, it was the illusions once again. The Darkseer wall is what he dealt with, and as a result, he ran away. And at this point, they started coming after, trying to catch the Death Prophet. But everybody on Empire side did such a great job protecting. Glimmer capes, then the BKB got popped, then he used Minotaur Horn. and they get the Aegis. So
Look at the
Medusa's
smile.
now sitting good.
Very, very happy over.
And now Leveler on Medusa. Now things get really scary. Queuing up Rapier. And when he gets Rapier with Aegis, now Medusa finally becomes a damage hero. And then the fights are going to come.
Is it enough though?
It could be. It could be. But last fight basically had no TB in the engagement. See if that's the case. Terribly Dubai is Shard, by the way, when Feel. Demon Zeal. I've heard the animation on it is really bad, so it's kind of hard to use in a fight, but it does give you movement speed and attack damage, or attack speed, which will be pretty nice considering it does not have.
What is it? I don't think I've seen what it looks like.
It gives him like, I don't know, makes a noise, gets a little aura, attacks faster.
He looks so
That's all.
happy in the
He does.
the little
There it is.
icon, yeah.
He's fast. 700 movement speed with the Swift Blink. That's kind of insane.
So fast.
We're going to most likely see Spirit play really slow now because they do not want to engage into the Aegis. They feel confident in this game if they don't have a weird team fight like the last time. So we'll probably just see them split push for a while. And then I'm sure we'll see TB. Oh, he's going to go Satanic first. I was thinking he might buy Ags, but that's actually one of the issues, actually, I suppose, is that the illusion is lowering his HP so much that he's low, and it's hard to approach and get a Sunder off. Whereas if he has Satanic, he just clear the illusion himself or heal up from it after dying. But he's going to try to backdoor bottom a little bit. He knows his opponents are likely to push, so he's just putting illusions here.
Atos just try to make a little panic here on this Deuce that does not seem to care, though.
When he got 25 on Dusa, so he's getting split shot use modifiers, Scotty and Mjolnir. Should be throwing out a lot of AoE damage.
Dire's bottom
Fights.
tower is under attack.
Halberd just picked up on Death Prophet. She was thinking about going Sanj Kaya for a long time, but after that last fight, realizing that they needed some disarm against the Medusa, she is the raid boss to shut down after all. Rapier! Oh my god! Oh, it's on the ground. You got it though.
Need to
Okay.
pick it up. All right. Now the fight though is forced as they go and immediately follow up. They've got the over onto the side. We've got all this exorcism coming out. And Yathro, he's just trying to man fight himself, and he can't do it. He's actually just dead. The wall.
His team called the back. His team called the back, and so he TP'd. But it was just way too much damage. He's got buyback,
does have
but
buyback.
he does not have meta. This is big. God, the courier dying. If only he had a Witchblade, his projectile would have been faster, and then he might have been able to steal the rapier. That was
Shoulda, coulda, woulda, dude. Wow.
This game is getting intense.
I love it.
There are 30 more minutes. It's coming.
I mean, it's very possible. See that rapier change hands too.
They got Solar
All
Crest
right,
too.
immediately Halberd coming out, trying to put some damage on Deuce, trying to get rid of some of that mana so she can't use her shield. Again, she does have this Aegis, and she's dishing out a lot of damage too.
Do not want to have to force the buyback here.
Not indeed. And that, the blade mail's cute. I don't think it does enough, though. As Goodbye Jones sends it to the back lines here. That's going to be an arena. BKB coming out from Collapse. And they're just going to lose the Skywrath Mage almost immediately. He's just not a part of this whole thing. TPing going out, though. Looks like we're going to just have her get recalled right back in again.
Very cool. Okay. Yeah, lost a lot of HP, lost a lot of mana, but ready to go back again.
Yeah, the power of the Keeper
Allies,
of the Light.
They just keep amping him up in a strong way.
Dying on him, too. Solar Crest, rather.
Strax definitely just dies. The Blade Mill's kind of cool what he's doing there. He's turning on Bulwark so that a bunch of the attacks are forced to hit him, and then he just ends up reflecting a huge amount of it while blocking 70%.
It's so
really
much
cool
damage,
against
though.
Medusa. It doesn't matter because he's blocking so much, and he also reflects a huge amount. It's really smart, actually, because she's split-shotting. It's a lot of attacks to block.
Yeah,
Look at this.
same thing.
See?
Yep, that's nice. It actually looks, look at all, there's like no mana left on her already. With the slow coming out again, Terrorblade Illusion chasing after her.
This is such a cool build. I saw the Blade Mill earlier, but I was a little confused, and now I get it.
Same. I'm glad that you pointed that out.
How often do you play games to like theorycraft this? I've never seen this before. Maybe it's common sometimes, but it's like, it's not like you play Mars versus so often. Deuce is like pretty rarely picked, but this legitimately makes Deuce look like she doesn't have mana.
I expect a
I mean, she
video
caught
on this later purge, by the way.
Oh, okay. She could also just turn off split shot, and then she wouldn't deal 400% total damage.
Right.
She would only be like taking 100% of her right click, but you know, we'll see if she figures it out.
Indeed, they are smoked up and hoping for a pick. Our group very tightly together on the side of Empire. And they use a scan, they know. Oh, look at it, it's beautiful. Empire already anticipating these moves. Way over. Hoping maybe they'll drop a ward. Collapse, smoke will pop.
Scary to run up this
way
cliff.
too scary.
Their opponents are always going to ward this cliff. Cannot gamble it. They did get a ward on the map, though. They might get some D-ward elsewhere. Do they have a gem or anything like that? No, they don't.
No, they picked up a gem on Crystal Maiden now, so.
Okay. Yeah, they need this right now to get some vision control here. That way they can regain the control of their triangle, which they will. They'll get a ward here. But now Empire's coming. Darkseer bottom, they can recall him though. Right, here he comes. They're trying to fight.
Oposhka wanted to be the one
No
who breaks it open. The zip forward though coming through from the Storm Spirit over onto the other side. This Crystal Maiden is just absolutely dead as they take down that Skywrath immediately as well. Racing back to the base now.
Blade Mail and Death Prophet as well. They are so ready.
They have to. What else can you do here? There is nothing on the Hello Kitty, apparently, is what they named their courier. All right, cool. I saw someone had a Choco Cat background. I dig it. The cats. Is that?
I think everybody in the world knows that you love cats. Man, it's kind of incredible to think where this game got to, considering their advantage, but a couple small mistakes. The Death Prophet chasing Medusa across the river like she did just made the game weird.
Okay, they'll go and they'll grab two of these supports here, throw them over into the arena. They've got the Glimmer Cape. They're going to get poked back and forth. They have the BKB, though. Coddle will go down. Next to fall, looking like it's going to be the Earth Spirit. Teleports are coming out, though, en masse right now. Smiling Knight, he's just man-fighting left and right. The Coddle is here. He bought back. BKB over here on the side of this Mars. Toronto Tokyo is just getting kited left and right again. Yatoro, he's got that Metamorphosis, trying to just catch up with anyone, but they don't have the control now. Nice zip away here from Wiblade. We'll be able to keep him alive a little bit longer. Gem dropped over on the ground.
Get that back. That was really important. CM lost that in the previous fight, so a little control. Terrorblade again getting destroyed by his illusion. It is doing a lot of damage, but they're able to, with the great initiation, catch two heroes like that. Helps them stabilize a lot better. That's what they need to do. They need to be the ones to initiate. They need to catch supports ideally, even though there was Glimmer Capes and they stayed alive a while. It buys them a lot more time. And it forces Storm to have to choose people to go in on, rather than like Storm always just blowing up Skywrath Mage. Ooh, good catch in the mid lane. Cuddle in trouble.
Goth there, very happy for the side of Spirit, for sure.
Ward paying off that they placed earlier in that initial smoke. Able to catch the Cuddle, and now with Cuddle dead for that long, that's his dieback.
Yo, Purge, we got an Ag Shard queued up over on Darkseer.
Ooh, the
punch.
The punch. How long does this last? Only 5 seconds. I mean, he could use it against TB. It's not terrible. Trouble here?
I don't think he is, unless they can lock him down any faster. Okay, yeah, nope. Uses the BKB, zips out at the last second, and again, Terrorblade just having so much trouble dealing with his own illusion here. Back in, Toronto Tokyo is in deep. He is pretty far away from everyone else, and he just doesn't have anything to hold him in place, though. Over on the side, they go, and they get the kill onto Gwynblade. Now, all right, they're gone a little bit far. Toronto Tokyo, you might have just bitten off more than you can chew, because now you have a Medusa. But again, there's the Blade Mail pop over on Toronto Tokyo. They see this opening. Can they force the Storm to buy back? It's pretty scary. It's so hard to fight into Smiling Knight. Yatoro, though, all right, he gets a Sunder off. That's a good way to start off everything, and look at the damage that she has to deal with herself. This is just the most ridiculous game, Purge. Look at these illusions. They're having their own fight. There's no actual heroes doing anything right now.
TB is such a killer right now. It's insane watching him move around the map. He's like taking his normal item, but look at this. He uses Demon Zeal and Swift Blink, and he just sprints at people. Demon Zeal, when he's in melee form, gives him 100 movement speed and 100 attack speed. So with this Daedalus and like Abyssal Blade, that's how he killed Storm in the backline. Storm did that Ball Lightning to cut the creep wave. He didn't want his opponents to be able to push high ground, but Terrorblade punished him. And now Roche is dying. We got an Ags coming. This is probably going to TB. He's going to want to have the 10-second meta with Fear, but can they get there in time? It's going to be close.
I don't think they're going to get there in time. They don't have the Storm either. Storm is still down for 30-something seconds. Yeah, they just bail. Yeah. They did. They even go and they use the exorcism to make sure.
But they don't go for it. There's Ags on Terrorblade now.
God, he looks like a suburban mom running. Like power walking.
Suburban?
Have you not?
I guess so.
All right, anyways.
I guess you're right.
Anyways, there it is. There's the opening BKB coming out from Smiling Knight. They're going to be able to kite, but again, these illusions do so much damage to Yatoro himself. Back around, he just has to go and cut through. And they're able to just disengage, but they have an Aegis now. It's very spooky.
200 attack speed paying off. Dead wards. All right, now they got great map control. They got Aegis back. Terrorblade's got 15 items. That's all you need to win this game, okay? Push the lanes out, map control, do some de-warding. They've got almost everything destroyed at this point. Just need to push out the top lane, obviously. It's looking better for Team Spirit. TB's a monster on this. And Storm Spirit's net worth, still not high. 20K. I mean, Terrorblade's definitely messing up the net worth graph right now. It's kind of hard to see everything else but him. But, he has a butterfly in his backpack for so long, actually. But it makes sense to sell. I mean, you could sell it to get a moon shard, I guess. Feels kind of bad, too. What if you need it later? He wants to pop BKB and then swap in butterfly. That's his game. All right, he's hunting.
Oh, look how fast he's running. He finds himself a Storm Spirit. But, of course, doesn't have... Oh, he does have the lockdown, actually. He does have the Abyssal Blade. So he could have possibly gotten the hop, but you don't know where everyone else is, so...
You're in a bad place when the TB ganking Storm is really terrifying.
Power sprinting his way over to you. Look at him
actually,
go.
with the ninja gear as well, it's actually so... Because he's doing the smoked as well. They literally can't see him. And it's on a, what, 15 second cooldown?
Yeah.
It's actually so synergistic. It's really cool. Using Demon Zeal in this way is really, really awesome, I gotta say.
BKB is gonna get popped over here. Draw back and followed up with the Abyssal Blade. That's just a dead Storm. Beautifully done. Does this Death Prophet have a heart?
Yes, she does.
She does.
4,300 HP.
God.
Okay, good. Skywrath Mage finally buying the item he needs. Able to afford the Aeon Disc. He's got Flicker, very useful there to remove silence if Storm goes on him, but with Aeon Disc, he stops dying to Storm, and it's going to leave less opportunities for Empire on the map.
Yeah, I mean, we just watched... Oh, no, Petashara. Arena's going to get committed. This is not looking good here. It does have the Aeon Disc. There's the Yules. Buys him a bit more time, but it doesn't matter. Abyssal Blade comes out, and now you don't have to worry about the Starkseer unless he buys back.
I love this build. I've already said like 8 times, but this TV build is so cool. Literally, all you do is buy Swift Blink and get the shard, and all of a sudden it turns hero into monster. The Abyssal, of course. I mean, Abyssal on TB is not typical, but it actually works because he can stay in melee form and get bashes at normal proc. It's actually so cool.
Exactly what he needs, and sometimes, you know, gotta do something a little bit different to get that win.
I don't know if they win this game if he doesn't do this play stuff. But he figured it out in a pub, and it's
I mean, we've seen a lot of really cool things this game. You know, Collapse, the fact that he's got the Bulwark, he's got the Blade Mail, the way that he faces off with the Deuce, that was really what kept them in the game when they were knocking on the doors in the base.
It was, yeah.
Very nicely done. I mean, they even had to send her home and then recall her. Like, they had to get a fresh start, and they just prayed.
Definitely huge that they were able to hold in that moment. The game would look very different if there were two extra mega. This guy's still playing on the map top for whatever reason, pushing out that lane. It does need some help, but I mean, we wanted another 70-minute game, but we got it here.
We're getting
it's coming.
it, yeah.
Because I don't, they're not going to go high ground until they win like a really convincing fight, I feel like. It's running into like Rapier Medusa is scary. So for now, I don't know, TV aims for level 30, I guess.
Oh, you can't show your face on the map because the second that you do, oh, okay, all right, I see you, that Ghost Scepter. It's going to save his life. That was very spooky as another fight gets broken out over here on the side. The Storm Spirit just immediately disappears. Gone.
Okay. Yeah, he died. That's the Observer Ward. This ward spotted him once again. The wards are literally what's setting up these storm kills every single time. Ward into Spear from Mars. Mars in the right place, Ward in the right place. Just running a Moon Shard to herself. Got to spend the net worth. Oh, that was her buyback, actually. Ooh. Interesting.
There's a double damage around that Roche, by the way.
Okay. I mean, more night vision is kind of 60 attack speed, not crazy. But a little surprised that he spent his buyback money to have a Moon Shard.
Yatoro is juggling so many items right now. Look at this. Good lord. All right, the Aegis does get reclaimed. He's got himself a double damage rune. He's got a butterfly in his backpack. He's got a BKB in his backpack. We got the bees in the backpack here.
Anybody dies if you abyssals them right now. So I guess if Dusa does die, she loses the rapier, and therefore buyback doesn't do anything, but why not buy a backup rapier? You know? I guess then you need buyback as well. It's a lot more than Moonshine.
She's got some cash on her, but she doesn't have that much. Right. Look at those last hit denies over there.
They did deward that mid, or it timed out. But I like the wards that they're putting, just lane ones, basically. Like, heroes are going to run down lanes to go get things done. At this point, that's just a lot easier to spot heroes than... Side lanes are usually the lanes you push out to go get stuff done, to push out a side lane, and it opens up the map. Now you can be anywhere on the map, but running mid is a lot easier to... You just keep this vision on the side lanes, heroes sit mid, and then you get to control the map and or whatever you get.
I mean, if they hold on for another couple of minutes, there's going to be those big tier items dropping per. It's going to feel real good if you've got those in your hands, your enemies don't.
What could we see? A ballista on Terrorblade? Oof. More attack range.
Another Giants, right?
Like, this is definitely the best Ninja Gear's ever looked, I think, in my whole life. The smoke gank combo is very cool, but surely something would be better.
Look how much damage is on this Terrorblade. It is terrifying. They make moves. They know that they've made their way over. They have the ward down. Again, double damage on this T. Very terrifying. I don't even think they know he has it right now.
They know.
Ward.
Well, control the area. Another D ward. Oh, it's a sentry. Still great. Empire sits in the base. The net worth gets further and further behind. But again, it's, you know, 30,000 extra net worth on the Terrorblade. His buyback cost him 5,200 gold. So is it that good anymore to have this control? Not so sure anymore.
That's about it. The rest of the team's not there, though. Perhaps waiting for the next Roche. Perhaps waiting for the 60-minute items. They got some time.
It's very big that they were able to go like this and get some wards. It's gonna set them up for control items if they so wish. Running in, see if they can grab them.
Blink forward. This is the big one. They got to get rid of this Darkseer. He's been a pain in their side. Drawn to Tokyo, though. Can they burst him down? The Aeon Disco buying them plenty of time. Got her on the other side, though. He's going to go throw out the Scotty damage. Medusa trying her best to stay alive. They've already dropped the wall, though, and they go use the Stone Gates. And this is the power of the Blade Mail. Does quite a bit, but not quite enough here as Collapse does go down. He's going to buy back the Zip 4 coming out again from Storm, trying to find just any sort of pick-off, anything that they can do. They use the Exorcism, but...
Look at all those remnants. There's so many. That's like 30 remnants. Oh,
ooh, the Book of Shadows.
Okay.
That's
crucially in that team fight, TB runs in, kills Storm. Storm buys back. TB turns as the Dusa ulti is finishing. As he turns, he gets big pickoffs. Pirate Hat.
Ballista got found for.
They did get it?
They got it. They actually flipping got it.
His attack range is... He got the Metamorphosis attack range talent. Like actually a sniper. Anyways, got stunned by Stoneform, and by the time he got unstunned, the fight was already looking kind of hairy, so that's why they didn't fully commit there.
Yeah, but they have an Acceptor completed now on the Dusa.
Okay.
And a Pirate's Hat.
What is that? That's the stuns? Yeah. Targeted spell, throws the snake back. That's not terrible for sure.
It's more control.
Still one-shot illusions with this? Can't remember. All right, here's that fight once again. TB going in, killing Storm in the back line, using his blade away from the Medusa, and right when it's ending, he's like, let's fight.
Oh.
And then he loses a couple seconds of team fight. At that point, everybody was ready.
Or if it's your DJ moment for sure.
So Medusa is going to use Pirate Hat, at least for now. Fallen Sky for the Radiant team as well. And yeah, Ex Machina for Death Prophet. Huge armor, which is excellent. against the Storm and the Medusa, not to mention the ability to refresh. BKB, his halberd, his scythe, all very good things. But they're looking to go back in. Steerstone's stable range.
Radiant are scanning.
Smoke. Careful. Send out the Terrorblade illusion so they have an idea that they've got to be in the general vicinity. Scan. Call of it. It's for that storm.
Still missing 2 tier 5s.
The ballista. You get a ballista on the side.
Oh
of
my
Empire.
god.
Time.
A ballista on a Medusa.
The Ice Frog has smiled upon the smiling knight. And a Book of Shadows found as well.
Well,
This is pretty much as good as it's gonna get for this dude.
give me a 90-minute with all this.
Let's go. I'm here for it, Purge. I'm here for this action. I want some bloodbaths. Go, guys. I want so many Storm Remnants all over my screen, and that the whole thing just bugs out. Let's go. All right. Smoke, action, coming in hot. Let's go, Empire. Show me what you got.
TB just gonna jungle with illusions only because he's that strong.
Front Tokyo.
Ooh, this could
He's
be
very
huge.
forward. Yep, zip forward immediately over onto this Death Prophet plus the silence. Everything in the kitchen sink getting used. He's forced to use the BKB as in comes through. Okay, followed up with Yatoro. But we've got all these walls going down. It's too difficult. They can't take it that fast as the BKB already worn off. Over on the back end, though, they get the Hex and they're just doing too much damage. They take down Yatoro. They take down just so bad. But Poshka, Team Spirit is crumbling. Look at this damage. Everyone just going down. It's a triple kill now for Smiling Knight. He's got to be grinning his face off right now because they had a bunch of buybacks and they're all running right back home again. This Medusa, Ballista, and the Rapier, everything. Oh my god.
It's 50 pure damage. It's pushing everybody back all over the place. But crucially, the Death Prophet got initiated on first. She popped some of her spells, but like Dusa ulti lasts for so long. It's 8 seconds that you can't turn and fight her, and that whole time she's dealing damage. And it made worse. TB ends up getting caught by the vacuum wall as well. So it's a little too hard for them to fight into that. And they get Roche. Does it matter? I don't know. He's got Aegis. Coddle gets a free Ags. That's pretty sick for him. He's got a Refresher Shard. This game is continuing.
So fast. We got a Will-O-Wisp. Lord. I feel like the Will-O-Wisp is going to get dropped, and then Smiling Knight's just going to push them all out at this point with the way that...
Yeah.
Oh, little anti-synergy.
Blinding light. All right. Dusa DD as well. He's going high ground. No Mars for 60 seconds, so they got a window here.
And they have the Ags now on the Earth Spirit, so they have another way to save if necessary.
More like he can grab people.
I guess.
The big one.
Yeah.
Look at that. The illusions can't even run at him.
Doesn't even care. Oh my god, Maposhka. Yatoro too. They just totally walking in. Front Tokyo gets all stoned up here. I don't know what to do here, Purge. This is critical mass Medusa. Front Tokyo starts walking over, gets the Hex off. That's about it.
They can't even get close to him. He's 250 away, farther than he normally would be.
It's actually really silly. On the back line, so they try to make this play, and can they take him down? Yes, they managed to take down the Earth Spirit, but Yatoro taking too much damage. Is he going to be, he gets the Thunder off. He's actually going to be just fine, and the Aeon just popping over here on the side. That's such a value Thunder, and the Aeon just throughout the Tokyo, though, taking too much damage over the back line. Up Poshka, he's going to fall. Yatoro falls as well. There's no buyback. This is looking like it's going to be the end here. Will-O-Wisp comes out. You know, this Death Prophet, she's a tanky lady, but the GG gets dropped.
Oh my god, they won it.
I can't believe it.
What an insane game. That Ballista changed a lot, but I mean, Empire straight up played better the last 10 to 15 minutes. They found the Death Prophet pick. They forced some bad fights, and those Darkseer illusions just kept being such a huge issue for Terrorblade. They couldn't get Crystal Maiden in to kill the illusions.